Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Test, test. Judge Mike North, 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 1, 2.
Test, test.
Testing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce this morning Brooke Paulsian from Darwin, Minnesota. Brooke is a 13-year-old 8th grader who brought her beef and her goats here to show at Aksarben this year. And Brooke is going to sing the national anthem. Please rise and remove your hats.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Brooke. Wonderful this morning. What a wonderful way to start off the day.
Good morning, Aksarben Stock Show exhibitors. Over here on the beef side, we are getting ready to start with Class 1 Angus females. These females range in age from April of 2020 to March of 2020. Entering the ring are Michael Moss with 2 entries and Rachel Smith.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I'd like to say Morgan and I are honored to be back here this morning and work with all the youth there at Aksarben, and looking forward to a really awesome heifer show. Once again, the market show yesterday was just really good in terms of quality, in our opinion. But nice trio of heifer calves here. We're going to go with the combination heifer here to win the class, one that is a touch more moderate in her frame score compared to the second place heifer. She carries her top line a little nicer and we get them in motion compared to the heifer that's in second. Heifer in second on the stance, really like that one from a side profile. Really appreciate the extension from the shoulder forward. Like the way she carries that underline back into her flank area. She stays smooth in her joint. Today she's fighting a halter a little bit. Keeps wanting to get up in her top just a touch. Just like to see her a little more relaxed from that standpoint. Then we end up the class with a high quality heifer that's got a nice look to her. Change her up today. Might give her a little more grow at this point. Might see her a little more attractive from hooks to pins to go any higher in this class.
Results of Class 1 Angus heifers. Michael Moss, first place, entry 1856. In second place, Rachel Smith. Michael comes to us, by the way, from Iowa. Rachel Smith from Nebraska, entry 955. Michael Moss is in third place, 1858. That's their March and April Angus heifer calves. In the ring now, we have two February calves. Rachel Smith is back with 956. Tristan Lutka, entry 268. Tristan comes to us from Colorado.
In this class, the two easy class winner in this particular lineup. One that's very broody in her appearance, tremendous depth of flank, like the swoop that underline way she comes up into her forerib. She's real attractive off that shoulder moving forward there. Just a real nice maternal cow prospect to head up the class. Get down to second place female, one that has some width and dimension all the way through. With that said, she gives up a little bit in terms of look and the front third of her body makeup. I'd like to see this one with a little more lower third compared to the heifer that wins the class today.
Now during the arena on the sheep side, our first class of breeding ewes today, these are December Dorset ewes. There are 11 entries in this class. The next class will be the February Dorset ewes, and then we'll have the selection of the champion reserve Dorset breeding ewe.
Results of Class 2 Angus heifers, those February-born heifers. First place, Rachel Smith of Nebraska. Second place, Tristan Lutka of Colorado. In the ring now, we have our big class. These are September through December fall calves. Chloe Jo Hendren from Missouri is in with the youngest calf in the class, 1397. Madison McCullough, entry 2019 from Iowa with a November. McKinley Stoller from Nebraska, entry 2116 with an October. Addison Cotton from Nebraska, entry 2121, also this is a September. Jace Dickerson of Kansas, entry 1841 with a September. And Graydon Forbes from Nebraska, entry 160, September the 6th.
We got some differences in type and kinds and frame scores represented out in this lineup, but I'm going to go with the bigger heifer of the class here, one that is just really attractive when the young man gets her set up here from the side. Really like the internal dimension that she carries. She's very agile on the ground on all four corners. Just a high quality female to head up the class. Little more moderation, a little different type and kind here in second, but one that also has a lot of quality to her. I appreciate the width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. She's a female that carries just a touch more shoulder. Might want to see her with a little more femininity up front compared to the female that wins the class. Another larger frame female here in third. If I could change her up today, I'd just like to see a little more lower stifle in that one. Might see her a little wider at that hock when she's put in motion. Next female, one that you appreciate in terms of mass and shape of rib. She just gets a little plainer up through her front, gets up in her tail head just a scotch compared to the ones in front of her. Young lady's female here's got a nice future ahead of her. Today she's just a little greener in her makeup, just needs a little more time to compete it against the other ones. Then the young man that's ending up the class, heifer's just way overdone in terms of condition, just needs to be leaned up to give her a little more look, a little more freshness out here in this particular class.
Well, good morning over here in the sheep ring. Certainly glad to be back with you today, and really a nice way to start the morning off here at Dorset. Lots of differences out here, as you would expect, and lots of quality, particularly this top pair of them. I like these sheep both quite a bit. They're subtly different, I guess, as you evaluate them. You usually start with, I think she's just a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. She's probably a notch more elegant up front. But when you get in and study her like a three-quarter, I think she's particularly bigger in her upper hip and her stifle there. There's not more to her from behind when you study her.
I'm not going to use
those things combined. That's an awfully unique piece to go ahead and start with. And I love the balance of the young man here in a second. I think when you get to collected, just her symmetry there and the way she comes down the back, really level the square. I'd like to make her bigger in her upper hip and pin there to go along with with all the extra bone and features she's got at the ground. Just maybe not quite as big and bold there as the window from behind, but really high quality when you want out here too. That man Free's got one that pulls up really nice. I think when he collects that view, I think she runs up heel, she balances good. We probably like to chase her up the way she comes back up into her flank. Maybe more comfortable in the way she sets down her rear leg as well. She's a little stricter in her pasture there. She wants to set them down. But for me, that's an awfully nice balance when it's still got some shape and muscle to go with it. That makes that one in four. This one does come together, maybe just a notch nice off her rear too. I don't need her quite as bold and as expansive as the ones right ahead of her in terms of return up high, but I think the balance in that sheep's extremely good. That man rounds out her top five with one. It's a much bigger, just more extreme in her size, if you like that about her. For me, that one just reached too flat in terms of her build. You study her at her knee there, she comes at you and goes away. I like to just crack that open and not for me to make her bolder, bigger skeleton. I mean, not bigger, just wider as she comes at you. That's a high quality set of horses here. Congratulations to all of them.
We have Class 4 Angus heifers in the ring. Those are a May and a June. 1324 is Lexi Knapp from Iowa. Also from Iowa, 3469 Tyler Murray.
Results from the Dorset breeding union, January and December forms. First place went to Braxton Young from Kansas. Second place, Kyle Sidwell, Colorado. Third place, Andrew Dix from Iowa. Fourth place, Raven Odom, Colorado. Fifth place, Braxton Young from Kansas. Sixth place, Taylor Sublette from Iowa. Seventh, Leanna Groshman from Nebraska, Grolution. Eighth place, James Grolution from Nebraska. Ninth, Ashton Altman, Minnesota. 10th, John Terry from Colorado. And 11th, Ryan Van Pelt from Minnesota. Now entering the show arena, class number 2, Dorsey Hughes. These are February and March born, and there's 11 in this class. There are also 3 showmanship awards given out in the first class, all 3 of them in the junior showmanship division. Braxton Young received one, Andrew Dix, and Cal Smith.
In this class of 2, Angus here, a lot of quality on each end of this class. Both these heifers have a world of good to them, in my opinion. They're a little different in their kind. I elected to go with the bigger-footed, stouter-boned female, one that just shows a lot of mass all the way through, and I appreciate the stoutness of her. I think that's where she gets past the female in second. I really like the type and kind of the female in second. I think she's really neat in terms of side profile. I like the way she carries her spine. When you get behind her, you'd like to see a little more shape in that lower quarter. You'd like to see just a little more substance of bone in comparison to the class winner today.
Results of Class 4 that just left. First place, entry 3469, Tyler Murray from Iowa with the May heifer. In second place, the June heifer, 1324, Lexi Knapp. Both of those exhibitors were awarded showmanship pins. I might remind all exhibitors, once you have received a showmanship pin, please wear that so that our showmanship judge Morgan knows that you're already in. I want to quickly tell you about Class 3, the class that left before this last class. First place and recognized in the senior showmanship division, Jace Dickerson from Kansas, entry 1841. In second place, a junior showman recognition, Madison McCullough from Iowa will be back with their heifer and in the showmanship class. In third place, McKinley Stoller from Nebraska. In fourth place, Addison Cotton, also of Nebraska. In fifth place, Coley Joe Hendren from Missouri. We now have Class 5, March and April 2019 heifers in the ring. From the East End, Class 5, Hunter Anderson from Iowa with the youngest heifer in April 16th. His entry is 1172. Next in the lineup, Reagan Scow from Nebraska, entry 2114. Nicole Nichols, 126. Nicole's also from Nebraska. That's a March heifer. Ansley Marunde from York, Nebraska, entry 790. Sydney Lubrin from Iowa, entry 3482, also a March heifer. Rayleigh Johansson from Iowa with a March heifer. Jace Dickerson back from Kansas, entry 1840. Kylie Reed completes the class, the oldest heifer in the class, born March the 2nd, entry 2080. March and April heifers in the Angus division in the ring.
Shows like this just don't happen without sponsors, and they're very important for Aksarben and the shows that are associated with it. So the sheep show sponsor is Mountain View Machine. The title sponsors are the Aksarben Foundation Nebraska State Fair. Presenting sponsors are the American Foods Group, Farm Credit Services of America, First National Bank, 5 Points the UNL College of Agricultural Science and Natural Resources, Nebraska Farm Bureau, Novatech Animal Health, Bulls and Cattle, Marina, KRVN, Rural Radio Network, Sullivan Supply, Weaver Livestock, and Wrangler. On that note, Sullivan Supply is sponsoring awards and gift cards to the overall top 5 breeding ewes today. That includes the champion and reserve, 3rd overall, 4th overall, and 5th overall. Sullivan Supply, sponsor of the top 5 breeding ewes.
Really nice class of females here. Once again, some differences in types and kinds and condition scores, but the combination female is going to come to the top of the lineup for me here. One that I really like in terms of her overall broodiness and internal dimension capacity. She's one that's going to be very nice in her udder type when she goes into production. Just a real nice cow prospect to start the class with. A little bigger frame female here in second, but one you got to admire in terms of substance of bone and size of foot. Big, stout individual. If I could change her compared to the class winner today, you might just moderate her just a scotch in her frame score, but a real nice stout one there in second. Really like the type and kind of the female in third. I appreciate the structural soundness that she has. I like the maternal look that she carries. Tremendously deep-sided individual. With that said, she's wanting to push it a little far up through that brisket, like to freshen her up just a little bit compared to the heifers in front of her. 4th place heifer follows her a lot of like and kind, just not quite as much of her in terms of dimension, but a real nice maiden maternal kind there in 4th. 5th place female is one that gets a little bigger in her type and kind, one that has a good enough look up front. Just like to see her a little more agile from the hip down to the ground off that rear leg. 6th place female right behind her there. One that's tremendous in terms of width and dimension down her hip and out over and up her down her top and out over her hip. Like to see her a little more attractive off that rear hock as she gets on the go. Then we get down to a real massive female here that just needs a little more of a look. She needs to be a little fresher in terms of condition. Then we end up the class with a female that's nice and maternal in her kind, just needs to be a little more agile off that rear leg when you put her in motion.
Really some challenges for me at least to sort through. I think some quality for sure, but each one of them got some differences. And the one we land on, I'm not going to say she's perfect for everybody, because I'll say she's not ever going to be ultimately very good. She's got a little bit of a bigger head on her than I'd like to see on a young lady like that. But with all things considered, she's easily the most shapely of high. She's good in her lines, good on her feet, legs, and what we feel on this shoe is her body shape and her carriage. Her to her midfield and back into her flank. We like to give her more shape there back into her body. But for me, she's big enough, and I think that they're ultimately her build, that the ground, and having some extra muscle shape and squaring herself high for me. I like those things about her. I think her front end ring's good enough to go with it. Did she fit second? She popped up. I thought this was the one I'd tie into for sure. She reads just a notch wider and bolder through her body shape there. You get up on top of that, but she's not as shapely or not nearly as true and honest up high as I thought she would be. You know, you get right over her edges there. She's a little flatter and not stripped and just a little flatter there in terms of her shape, but one that's certainly got a In terms of her body and her shape, I thought that's probably one of the nice ones, but you can see it right there when she goes. Unfortunately for me, that's not quite good enough for a rear two today, but other than that, that's an extremely high quality one. So I come out here in 4, balance is beautiful from the side. If you want to talk about just a attractive view lane, she does that extremely well. For me, it's a 3/4 angle, and you give an honest look at her at the ground coming at you going away. She's not nearly quite turned up in the mold enough up high, or through her chest to some of those ones around the hammer. Down at the other end of the spectrum, for the Main-Anjou here in 5. This one is extremely cracked open up front, but she wedges from the wrong angle for me. Her widest part of her body is on her shoulder there. She gets progressively narrower from there back, so you can make that one bigger ended and more to her in terms of her hitting her pin. Well, I'm talking about, but I'll say that you made it was sick. And we have it left up there just a little bit. I just wish that one flexed out of her hip and her hind leg just a notch better, and I would have sure tied into her, but I thought that's a high quality one. Just that move on today. Good set of sheep here. Congratulations, all of you.
Class 6 Angus heifers in the ring, January, February. Leading the pack, 22.68, Jesselyn Hudson from Nebraska. In 34.08, Selby Hulse from Missouri. 9.99, Keegan Mather from Iowa. 25.42, Lindsay Schmitz from North Dakota. 21.15, Reagan Scow from Nebraska. Corey Kirsten, also of Nebraska's entry 8.93. Tara Lee Hudson of Nebraska, entry 22.65. And the other January heifer in the class, 1005, Dana Sires, also of Nebraska. Shires, Dana Shires. Go, John.
All right, we're now going to have the selection of the champion and reserve champion Dorset breeding you. First place in the January-December Dorset U class was Braxton Young from Kansas on a December 17, 2019 entry. Class 2, the February-March class, first place Ella Griner from Iowa on a February 16th entry. Second place in the January-December class, Cal Sidwell, Colorado, on a January 7th Dorset U. And second place in the February-March class, Isabel Lowry, Montana, on a March 2nd Dorset U.
Once again, really my kind to head up this class. This female is just tremendously broody at the top end of the class here. She carries herself on a nice foot, big foot, stout-boned individual. Really unique in the way she lays at her shoulder and comes up tight up into that front 1/3. Like the way she stays fresh down her spine, out over her hip. Just a real nice female to head up the class. Get down second place female. I felt like she was a little fresher in terms of condition compared to the third place female today. She gives us a little more performance and weight per day of age as well. Just doesn't quite have the overall look and balance and functionality that the class winner has today, but a real nice female from that standpoint. Like the type and kind of the female in third, she is a little more moderate in her frame score, but she's yet a really nice deep flank, nice middle kind of a cow prospect. Just like to tighten her up there in that brisket a little bit in comparison to first and second. Fourth place female, another high volume kind of female. Where I'd change her up today is I'd give her a little more look from the shoulder forward compared to the ones in front of her. Then we get down to the fifth place female here, one that's big time in terms of stoutness down her top and out over her hip. Just needs to be freshened up in terms of condition. Same holds true with the trio on down the line here. Just need a little more look, need to be a little fresher in her type and kind to go any higher in this class.
I want that.
For our first breed here today, and not tons of numbers, but tons of quality here. And our first class we talked about there, I thought that was a pair of ewes that sorted their way up. I thought they were both extremely high quality. The one that was used to win, maybe a little taller front, a little more skinny. I thought she was particularly bigger in her upper hip there. Out here right now, she probably just got to get after it, maybe just a nickel harder to get that one presented really good there. The one that was second to her, I love that sheep lines. I love their body shape and her status of features to the ground. I'd like to make her neither to her chest more than just a nickel as we study her up front. And then particularly bigger in her upper hip and her pin versus the one that beat her. Second class we just talked about. I was picking on this little one right here that wins. I love that her shape and her muscle expression, her lines. I'd like to change her body just with nickel there. The one that's second to her, I think she's just built really, really good. Not quite as shape and expression for me. But two really good sets of sheep out here. I'm going to go ahead and stick with the younger sheep for me today. Who's in the team right there.
Nice cow prospect here in this particular class. A female that shows a lot of volume, internal dimension. She's very stout in her bone work. Represents structure, very good at the ground here. Going to go in production at here pretty quick as well. Just a nice one to represent this single entry class.
That'll be our last Angus heifer class. We're ready now to bring back those first and second place heifers for our champion Angus female in that class, class 7, Chase Cotton, entry 2119. That is an October long yearling.
The champion Dorsey View was exhibited by Ella Greiner from Iowa on the out of the February-March class. Reserve champion Dorsey View, also out of the February-March class, was the second place entry exhibited by Isabella Lowry from Montana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the show arena, class number 3, Dorsey Advantage Ewes, born in January and December. There are 4 entries in this class.
Catching up on my homework here, class 5 Angus heifers. As we're now bringing back our class winners, I need to give the results of 5 and 6. First place, Hunter Anderson from Iowa. Hunter also recognized in the senior showmanship category, entry 1172. Hunter is currently in the ring competing for champion Angus female. In second place, Riley Johansson of Iowa, entry 1728. In third place in class 5, it was Reagan Scow, entry 2114. In fourth place, Sydney Lovegren, entry 3482. In fifth place, Nicole Nichols, entry 126. In sixth place, J.C. Dickerson from Kansas, entry 1840. In seventh place, Ansley Marundi from Nebraska, entry 790. In eighth place, Kylie Reed from Iowa, entry 2080. In first place in class 6, also in the ring at this time, competing for champion Angus female, receiving a showmanship pin, 2542, Lindsay Schmitz of North Dakota. In second place, same story, 999 is the entry number, also receiving a showmanship pin, Keegan Mather from Iowa. In third place, also receiving a showmanship pin, 2115, Reagan Scow of Nebraska. Fourth place in class 6, Corey Kirsten of Nebraska. In fifth place, Jessalyn Hudson of Nebraska. Sixth place, Selby Holes of Missouri. In seventh place, Dana Shires of Nebraska. In eighth place, Tara Lee Hudson. Other animals in the ring currently competing for champion Angus female. From the April Calf Division, Michael Moss of Iowa, entry 1856. From Class 2, Rachel Smith. From Nebraska, entry 956. That's a February calf. Class 3 winner, 1841, Jace Dickerson from Kansas with the September fall calf. And from Class 4, in addition to the 2 I just named, Tyler Murray from Iowa, entry 3469.
Really good set here. We start to our doors to the range. There's more sheep and some varieties here, but I think the one I think is coming back with some extra width and body. Her shape to her width and her shape up high is really good. I think she hits the ground true and honest as well. She's not the biggest one, probably not the highest world body there, the most attractive up front, but I would consider her acceptable. I like the body shape of her extra width the way it wins. The 1 and 2 is the most extreme here right now. The bigger she gets flatter about her shoulder. For me, that a little further, more refined in her bone work, a little flatter from the different carries there. But I do like that one up high, so to be a level and square. Good bone and shape too. I like the lateness and maturity of that one also. The one in
Bad
three
time
here,
to come over here. We're bitching.
she is probably just a notch quick in terms of her maturity. She studied that through her neck and her head there, through her shoulder. I love the body though in that one. I love the ankles to her feet and legs. I think she's truly the ground. Still make a nice group too. It's not quite as like looking like an extension, but a little more on her too. The young lady comes to the fourth here. Got one that's big and skinny here. Really attractive in terms of her look and long body. Really long from the last year back. That one just needs to get much wider for me to get her up any higher today. So an extremely good set, competitive set of 4. Congratulations to all.
At this time, if you would, join us and let's give these young people a nice round of applause. Really a nice lineup of Angus females out here, and same true with the seconds over here against the rail. But with that said, it boils down to the 3-horse race, and the way I see this, you got this May heifer that's coming around right now, one that you know, I really appreciate in terms of her foot size and her bone, her presentation, just really a massive individual. If you wanted to pick on her a little bit, you might give her a little more extension or tighten her up a little bit in her skin up through the front 1/3, maybe refine her just a little bit out of her shoulder, but to carry that much mass, she's got to be built a little that way. If I could change her up mainly today, for me personally, she might be just a little bigger on the frame side for me, but a real nice female there. Then we get down to a couple more modern frame cow prospects here in the next class and the following class here, and I think the one directly in front of me is really unique in terms of the way she comes out of that flank and up into her forerib. I like the swoop to that underline. I think she's more than adequate in terms of structure. Probably where I'd pick on her just a little bit would be at her tail head setting, just a scotch, but real nice cow prospect there. Then we get down to this female right here in front of me, right behind her. Just really unique, feminine fronted kind of female. She's one of the best shouldered females out here in the class. Like I said earlier, she stays good down her spine. She's real attractive hip. She comes out low in that midsection. She's going to be your champion female today. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Lindsay Smits of North Dakota, entry 2542, your champion Angus female. It's a February yearling.
The one that follows her the most alike in kind is this gentleman right here. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Hunter Anderson from Iowa, your reserve champion Angus female with an April yearling. Thank you, Angus exhibitors. Great job being prompt and getting here. We're ready to move into the first class of Charolais.
Catching up over here on the sheep side of the show arena. First of all, we'll announce the results from Class 2 Dorsets. We've already had the selection of the champion reserve, but there were a number of entries in that class. First place went to Ella Reiner, who's also the champion Dorsey U. Ella's from Iowa. Ella also received an invitation to come back for junior showmanship. Second place and reserve champion Dorsey U, Isabel Downey from Montana, Zane Downey, Montana on 9th place. 10th, Raven Odom, Colorado, and 11th, Miley Van Kirk from Iowa. In our Dorset Advantage ewes aged January, December, first place went to Cameron Collier from Missouri. She also received a senior showmanship award in that class. Second place went to Jordan Weldon from Iowa. Third place, Samantha Zagronic from Iowa. Fourth place, Macy Squires from Wisconsin. Now in the show arena, Dorset Advantage ewes aged February and March 2020. We have 11 entries in this class.
Here on the Charolais side, we have 2 entries in our March calf class. Riley Ladwig from Nebraska, entry 3264. Tiana Muller from Minnesota, entry 532. Your judge, Chan Phillips.
2 nice females in this particular class. Female's going to win the class. Just a little more show ready today in terms of condition. This thing is extremely long from the shoulder forward. She's long spine coming out of her hip. She stays real agile at the ground in terms of structure. Just a real high quality kind of female to win the class. Another nice female right behind her here. It's a little greener in her condition today. Gives up a little bit of weight per day of age. If you're going to change her up too, you'd like to see her just a little more attractive there at that shoulder junction. But 2 nice females to represent this class.
First place, Riley Ladwig from Nebraska, entry 3264. Second place, Tiana Muller from Minnesota, entry 532. We have 1 entry in Class 9 Charolais. This is a January calf, Ashlyn Rodabust from South Dakota, entry 1290.
I tell you, this particular group for me, I'm just going to be honest with you folks, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out which one's the best one in here. And this one's real good in terms of her shape and her look and her balance, her body shape, and she hits the ground true and honest. And if you can't tell, I like that one quite a bit. This is an awfully nice place to start. From there, you got to make some decisions. And if you want to let these next 3 or 4 up, I would argue with you a ton. The sheep in second, right now she's wanting to break at her top, but she's just being a little funky standing there. But I think that one is where her biggest advantage is from her chest, but I think her flank and her body shape is so much better than what right behind her. I think she's got enough muscle to go with it. She's big pinned and big up high. She hits the ground honest and true. But again, her big thing for me is her blade angle and the way she's made her reach there for her chest. I have sponsor right here. One come out 3 just handle like high. I mean, I love that one from her shoulder back. Why do you have it? She's big square on me. I just love the fact that way that has a little more unique underneath there. I'll keep that in mind. Drop that leg down just a little. I think with that to her look, that she's got on the wall and she's awfully good. Hey, John. If you just want to take a picture of her on the side, I think she does it extremely well. This one balances good. She's really up the square, good at the ground. I don't care what it is, I can see it. Muscle over. She may even be a little softer over her cage here. To me, it would be good when you take her up her upper hip and her chin there for me and just got her from behind there. But I certainly like the feel of that one. Love the cage and the body shape that you
You're telling me.
This will come out in fifth. It's got some tricked out pieces. There ain't no question about that. The lady brings one here. She's presented awfully well. She gets her attention quick. Stop and stand still. Love it. Big square hip, shapely, cool leg, just cool handed up. When we get her in motion, I don't like it just as much. She wants to get really restricted out of her hip. Wants to get a little up in her spine there. We fix that on that sheet. I mean, you're going to have a lot of fun breathing on her for a while, but she's going to make some awful unique moves down the road. Just today, just needs to get her in a little better out here and getting it higher. Nice set of sheep there. Congratulations to all of you.
In the Charolais show, have a single entry in this class, one that definitely can handle some more competition. Really a big boned individual that has a lot of natural rib shape and dimension all the way through. Just a real nice single entry in this class.
First place, Ashlyn Rodabus from South Dakota, entry 1290. We're now ready for Class 10 Charolais. We should have 3 head.
We'll now have the selection of the champion Dorset
On our Dorset side of the beef equation, we have Kiana Muller, Class 10. Kiana didn't know she was raising a Dorset. It's a Charolais, don't be confused. 531, a September fall yearling. All three of these are September fall yearlings. Entry 347, Brooke Polzine, Brooke, from Minnesota. All three of these are from Minnesota, by the way, and 2475 Logan McGunigill from Minnesota.
All right, so we'll now introduce our Dorset Advantage class winners in the January-December class. First place was Cameron Collier from Missouri on the January 7th entry. First place in the February-March class was J.D. Moracle from Iowa on a February 1st entry. Second place in Class 3, the December-January class, was Jordan Weldon from Iowa on a December 25th, Christmas Day lamb. And second place in the February-March class was Adriana Wendland from Minnesota on a March 18th entry. This is your Dorset Advantage Breeding New Champion lineup.
This set of sheep right here are Dorset Advantages. I'm impressed with them. As I said, I'm not going to talk about the sheep because we've done that in their respective classes. And ultimately, when you make bold comments about one, you need to not vary too far off of that way. You use the ones you like the best. Let's stick with these two young guys here for champion reserve. Congratulations to them.
Three nice females in this class of Charolais. I'm going to go with the female that handles herself at the ground the best, a female that gets along really good in terms of length of stride. She also excels out here in terms of width and dimension down her top. She stays very big in her bone work. If you're going to change her a little bit, you could clean her up in her lines just a scotch there in that belly, but really nice, stout, kind of sound structured female. Really like the female that's in second. Very maternal in her kind on the stance. She's really balanced and up at it. With that said, get her in motion in comparison to the class winner. She wants to get a little tight out of the top of the hip on down to the ground on that rear leg in comparison to the one in front of her. Third place female just not wanting to cooperate today. Young lady's doing a nice job with her, but she just a real maternal kind that just needs a little more look to compete against the ones in front of her in this class.
Results of Class 10 Charolais September fall yearlings. First place, Brooke Polzine from Minnesota. Also a fantastic national anthem singer, as she gave us the national anthem last night, but winning this Charolais class with entry 347 and coming back in the junior division of Showmanship. In second place, Logan McGunigill from Minnesota, entry 2475. In third place, entry 531, Kiana Muller of Minnesota. Class 11 Charolais in the ring. We have two head. Logan McGunigill is back from Minnesota. Sage Krebs from Nebraska, entry 3359. These are May calves.
So the champion Dorset Advantage was exhibited by J.D. Moracle from Iowa on a February 1st entry from the February-March class. Reserve champion also came from that class, Adriana Wendland from Minnesota on a March 18th ewe lamb. Now in the show arena is our first class of Hampshire ewes. These are Hampshire yearling ewes. There are 5 entries in this class. Results from Class 4, total results on the Dorset Advantage ewes. First place in division champion J.D. Moracle from Iowa. Second place, Adriana Wendland from Minnesota. Third place, Alina Link, Missouri. Fourth place, Nation place. Mallory Van Kirk from Iowa. 8th place, Zane Downey from Montana. 9th place, Jordan Bolton from Iowa. 10th place, Morgan Mokima from Iowa. And 11th place in the Dorset Advantage class, Zane Downey from Montana.
In this class of Charolais, we got an easy class winner to top into this one that's nicely presented out here in the lineup. I really appreciate this one in terms of combination of being really stout but yet maternal. She really nice coming down out of that flank and to swoop that underline cone up into her chest cavity. Just a real nice female to win the class. Female in second's really long in her side profile. She's a female that's maternal in her muscle pattern. With that said, she just gives up some weight per day of age and performance to compete against the heifer in front of her today.
We started into our hands here. You know, it's kind of like yesterday. I said in the class of weather, there was a pair up and come out in first class of heavies. I said we draw them up kind of what we think they should look like. And everyone's got a place you can pick on them. I guess and ultimately, this one may have that place. If she doesn't, maybe having a hard time finding it right now. This one is way special in terms of reveal the skeleton and base width and muscle. See, that powerful, that good looking, and that sound still is things that are hard to combine. That's an awful unique creature to win this particular class. Congratulations to him. From there, you got 4 sheep to sort. You pick your points in here. I think the young man in the second, that balance is good. I mean, she's good from the side. Her angles are good. Her line, she's presented well, and she's sound. Not nearly as powerful as sheep, the one that wins this year, but I still think extremely high quality one for sure going out here too. In 3, this sheep works her way up on her balance from the side. Study the street sheep there from the side profile. Sheep connection over the last 3 here in terms of her chest and her body shape back into her hip. She's good in her angles. I think that's going to make an awfully nice female for you, young man. One coming out before does so on some power. This sheep's got some extra width, some body, she's stout in the ground. You sure like those things about her, but as often happens, with that extra power and width, she gets a little plainer and coarser about her shoulder, a little shorter neck there. But man, that was sure going to be functional and good in her mouth. Then they run this out with another real nice project female here. Good reliance, good range. They're going to quite establish her on the head. She'll be proud of that. She'll make that nice unit. Good class. Congrats to all of them.
Class 12 Charolais heifers in the ring. We have 2 marches, 2 April yearlings. 3256, Paisley White of Nebraska. Entry 3451, Catherine Utek, also of Nebraska. Catherine has 2 entries in this class, 3451 and 3450. And back from Minnesota, Kiana Muller.
In the Charolais show, we got some differences in types and kinds here. And this particular class got an easy class winner in my mind, one that is really attractive in terms of show ring presence out here, nicely presentation. I like this one in terms of her internal dimension and volume and the maternal look that she gives from end to end. The one that followed her the most alike in kind, in my opinion, would be the female in second. This female sure represents some good structure in terms of longevity. With that said, she needs to be freshened up just a scotch in terms of condition. Same holds true with female in third. Female a little overdone that way. I'd like to see her a little fresher in her appearance, but a female that I appreciate in terms of overall volume and depth of side. I think she excels from that standpoint in terms of overall internal dimension compared to the female that ends up the class here. Female that ends up the class, really good looking from the side. She's a little bigger in her frame score. Where I'd change her up the most, she gets a little more frail in that rear leg, needs to get out and reach a little more on the stride when you put her in motion. Nice class of heifers.
Class 12 Charolais heifers, March and April's first place is the oldest March heifer in the class, Catherine Utek of Nebraska, entry 3450. It sounds like a broken record. Second place in Class 12, Catherine Utek of Nebraska, 3451 with her April heifer. In third place, Paisley White, also of Nebraska, entry 3256. Fourth place, Tiana Muller of Pipestone, Minnesota, entry 947. We're now ready for our lone entry in Class 13. No, there's more than one lone entry. Seven lone entries in this class. Each one will be shown individually. Class 13 in the ring. Our final Charolais class. On the far east end of the ring, Mabry Magunigill from Minnesota, entry 2510. Second heifer in the lineup, Thomas Netsky from Minnesota. These are January, February heifers. Thomas is wearing a number 124. Brooke Polzine is back from Minnesota. Brooks got 348 on her back tag. Addison Albers from Nebraska in with 2811. Mabry Magunigill has two heifers in the lineup from Minnesota. 30 is the other one. Michaela Hawk from Iowa is in.
Currently in the show arena on the sheep side over here is Class 6, January, Hampshire year. There are 10 entries in this class. Next up, we have Class 7, Hampshire ewes, born in February.
Yeah. That's Thomas Netsky. Oh, wait a minute. You wondered how they were born in that C-section. Once again, this is Class 12, our final class of Charolais breeding heifers. Do want to take just a moment and recognize the title sponsors of our breeding beef show, Novatech and Polzine Cattle. So make sure that we show our appreciation to Novatech and Polzine Cattle as Brooke is in the ring at this time with a smile. Right, Brooke? Big one.
Really good class of hand views here. Honestly, I think the top pair of them are both unique. And I mean, I'll just be honest, I think they're both extremely good. There's several differences. The one we went with, her muscle shape is incredible. She's bigger in her upper hip and her pin, her body shape is good. I think she balances nice on the side. Is she ever going to be the tallest final one out here? Either one of those two are, and I'm okay with that. I don't mind it. If she's level, she balances good. I think that one is really high quality. Where she did this, she took seconds when we put them in motion. I'll just be honest. When we put them in motion, she sets the bar. Because the 1 and 2 start to come up, and I just said she's going to win. And I walked by her the first time, and I absolutely adore this shoe. And then we put her in the motion, my heart sank. I just got to be honest with you. Now, with that being said, I still really like her shoe. But I wish she just let me go at her hot just a little better. You want to come out here in 3? I tell you, this one Rose on me propped up. The other thing does a nice job. That shoe balance is good. She's flat in her leg. She's the most out there in terms of maturity pattern or extra length up front. Other than just agree with she's not nearly as loud factor in terms of extra shape and expression. Not quite as stout in the features that pair ahead of her. I still think a nice balance on that. It's relatively all 3. The one come out here 4, I like the extra body. This one's good. It's from the side up to the front of her body. I do want to talk to the 106 as well, because I thought that mule was off to a good stop in the process. I'm not crazy about behind the wheels, the way she wants to get out past the body. Too much setter today. Nice set of sheep here. Congrats to all of us.
In the Charolais class, we got a female that kind of overpowers everybody in this particular lineup, just in terms of overall mass. One that stays maternal in her kind. She's very cowy in her appearance in terms of internal dimension and capacity. She gets along fine in terms of length of stride. At times she might want to pop a pasture and every now and then, but I think she represents enough longevity in terms of structure. You get down to second, third, a little more give and take here for me today, but I'm going to go with the fresher condition female, one that has a super amount of quality in terms of a profile. If I could change her up a little bit today, I might give her just a little bit more lower third, might space her teat placement out just a little bit for when she goes into production, but a real good looking one from the side there. Then we get down to the third place female, one of the stouter top, bigger hip, bigger bone females of the class. With that said, I'd like to freshen her up just a touch and condition there to move her on up the lineup, but another high quality female. Young lady's female coming around here in fourth is one that's very functional in her type and kind. She's very maternal in her look. She's very long in her stride. Just gives up a little bit in terms of overall finesse and pizzazz compared to the three in front of her. Fifth place female, a little plainer in her type. Once got some width and dimension down her top. For some reason today when she's on the move, she's getting a little short off the left back. And then we follow up the class with a nice maternal cow prospect. Just like to clean her up in her design a little bit, give her a little more mass to compare to the females at the front end of the class.
Results of our final Charolais class. First place, Michaela Hawk from Iowa, entry 895 on a January 1 Charolais heifer. Michaela also recognized in the Senior Showmanship Award winner. Second place, also receiving a Senior Showmanship Award, Thomas Netsky from Minnesota, his February 17th heifer. He's entry 124. In third place, Addison Albers of Nebraska, entry 2811. In fourth place, Mabry Magoonigill from Minnesota, entry 2510. In fifth place, Brooke Polzine from Minnesota, entry 348. In sixth place, Mabry Magoonigill from Minnesota on entry 30. Coming back now, our first and second place animals in the Charolais heifer division, competing for champion Charolais female. From our March calf class.
Go ahead, John. Results from the January Hampshire breeding ewe class. First place was Braden Bowers from Wisconsin. Braden also received a Junior Showmanship Award. Second place, Allison Sandy from Colorado. Third place, Derek Friesen from Indiana, and Derek received a Senior Showmanship badge. Fourth place, Blair Sanchez from Wyoming. Fifth place, Ty Thorson from Wisconsin. Sixth place, Taylor Lautenschlager from Nebraska. Seventh, Lauren Richards from Nebraska. Eighth, Elena Fangmeyer from Nebraska. Ninth place, Rihanna Grolushin from Nebraska. 10th place, Katie Solomon from Minnesota. And 11th place, Phoenix Stuber from Wisconsin. Now in the show arena, February, Hampshire ewes. There are 8 entries in this class.
Competing for the champion Charolais female from the March calf class 32-64, coming down to the west right now, Riley Ladwig from Nebraska. First place from the January calf class, Ashlyn Radabus from South Dakota, entry 1290. Class 10 winner, Brooke Polzine, third young lady in the lineup. She's from Minnesota. That's a September fall calf. Class 11, your class winner, Sage Krebs from Nebraska, entry 3359. Class 12 winner, Catherine Utek of Nebraska, entry 3450. That's a March yearling. And from Class 12, your winner, January 1st, a New Year's Day heifer, 895, Michaela Houck from Iowa. Second place animals in the ring competing. Tiana Muller from Minnesota has your first place March calf from Class 8. Class 10's second place animal competing for reserve, Logan McGonigal from Minnesota, entry 2475. Second place from Class 11, Logan McGonigal from Minnesota, 2476. Second place from Class 12, Catherine Utek of Nebraska, entry 3451. And Thomas Netsky from Minnesota has your second place from the February class. Class number 13, Thomas Netsky, is 124.
Really good class here, and honestly, I thought it was kind of a narrow and sold it up in my mind, and the one that wins it does so still by a little margin in terms of her extra balance and look up front, but yet they use a tremendous amount of natural shape. They're really bold and square out of the shoulder. I think that she's got a lot of hair. She can maybe be opened up to her center line just ever so slightly, but I'm thinking on a really high quality one going out here first. The one there too, I think is really good up high. Her squaring something high, her hips out of her gym. She gets a little plainer up to her shoulder and her neck versus the one that wins it, but I think maybe her body is just a nickel better. So it's a give and take there of the pair. I still think a very nice set there. The sheep in 3 Valley does a really good job presenting her. That one propped up, looks good. We get her in motion, she wants to run downhill just a little more restricted off of her. It's two ahead of her, but I think that she's got a lot of merit power for sure. The 1 and 4, again, you've heard me harp on several of these. This one balances dynamic from the side. I mean, all front and flat breast, good in her run, square hip. When you get her in motion, I don't like her clutch. I like to just change the way she sets them down there at her hop, make her flex just a little better. I do like that she presents quite a bit from the side when that young lady gets her shoulder at the job. The one coming out here inside, got some extra power. Rear and body and bone. With that, you can see her right now. She wants to run downhill, get too low and round up to her shoulder, too force there for me to get her up any higher. It's still an awfully nice movie for the young lady. Good set of sheep there. Congrats, Charolais.
Really a nice Charolais show lineup out here. If you would, join me and let's give these young people a nice round of applause. There's a handful of heifers out here in the lineup that intrigued me, going with the young lady's female here right directly in front of me. One that I said earlier is just really stout for her age. She's very agile on the move. Like I mentioned earlier, you might clean her up just a little bit in her underline there, but a real nice stout kind of bull making mama there in that particular class. You get down to this next female, she's very intriguing in a lot of ways to me. She's really adequate in terms of substance of bone. She's stout down her top and out over her hip and into her lower quarter, but yet she stays maternal in her kind and stays flat at the shoulder. Really appreciate the way she carries that lower third as she moves around. If I was going to change her just a scotch, she might want to get off just a little bit from hooks to pins there, but that's being critical of a very, very nice female. The one that gives me the look out here is the female that's directly in front of me. She's very fresh in her presentation. I like the angulation to her shoulder. I like the way she comes out of the top of that shoulder into up to her pole, really long fronted that way. She stays fresh down her spine. Looks like she could have a little tail head going on there, but I think if you take that hair down just a touch, we're fine there. I just really like the smooth joint. I like the balance of that one. I think she's going to have a nice udder when she goes into production. Then we get down to the end here, and you got to admire this one for what she is. There's a lot of body there and a lot of dimension. Like I said earlier in class, even though she does do fine in terms of structure, if I could change her, I'd see her a little more eased off that rear leg as she goes, maybe give her a little more attractiveness at the hock. With that said, I'm going to go with the show heifer in this lineup. The young lady right here is going to be your champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Catherine Utek of Nebraska, entry 3450. Your grand champion, Charolais. Catherine Utek will be dropping in her second place heifer from the respective class.
Catching up over here with the February Hampshire Ewes. Results in that class: first place Henry Murdoch, Nebraska; second place Ty Orson from Wisconsin; third place, heifer from Wisconsin. Fourth place, Area Meyer from Indiana. Fifth place, Lauren Richards, Nebraska. Sixth place, Braxton Young from Kansas. Seventh, James Revolution from Nebraska. At eighth, Hiram Brennan from Minnesota. Ariana Meyer also received the Junior Showmanship Award. Now in the show arena, Class 8, Hampshire Ewes, March born. This is the last class for Hampshire Ewes today, and we'll have the selection of the champion reserve Hampshire breeding ewe. 5 entries in this March born class.
Reserve champion Charolais female Sage Krebs, entry 3359 on a May yearling. Congratulations, great job to all of our Angus and Charolais exhibitors. Mike Pallas, these are Charolais cattle.
Interesting said here, young lambs, and just lots of differences. And ultimately, at the end of the day, for me, I'm going to side myself to something that are just relatively all three. I think that's what the young man sheep does. Remember, having some extra body and width. Although critically, she's the soundest one of the initial three. I'll pull into her skeleton, best to a knee and her hop there. Good body one here. Maybe not the route back you see up front, the one that's standing here too, but I think she's certainly second there. I much prefer her field and her time to beat that one in two. The one here coming out second, as we said, you want to talk about tall fronted, late mature sheep that are exotic, they look at from the side, but that's your flavor, and here she is for you. Because she does that and does it extremely well. I like the sweetness to her body carriage as well. What I'm not crazy about is her fin and the way she sets her hind leg there. She's too flat from behind. It just doesn't carry her quite right. Let's get a little up in her spine with her emotion. And that's what we get on her. But I still think it's she. One time out here in three, definitely got more shape in terms of her body shape and her muscle and expression there. I like that about her. She's too hard in her ankles and her joints. When she wants to turn out at her knee, tight restricting her hip, go up in her spine there, and that's what we kick on her. Still some quality there. I think the different ones for sure that the two that went out ahead of her. One come out here at 4, we got some extra body. Long body sheep, it's got some extra lip. She's a little more refined in her joints there, a little further in the ground. And then she does want to break in her top there, ever so slightly. We like to change that about her for sure. Then when you wind up the class, we're nice little sheep compact. Good build, good in her angles. Just a nice too small for me to get up in behind the day. Good set of sheep there, and that's all of it. Good job.
Pair of really nice heifers in the Charolais show here. I'm going to go ahead and start with the one I think is the most show ready today, one that's nicely presented out here in the lineup. I think she excels just a scotch better in terms of depth of side and midsection there. Just a real high quality kind of female to win the class. Female in seconds, another one that gives you a nice look from the side, lots of extension going from the shoulder forward there. With that said, I'd just like to see a little more lower third in this one compared to the class winner today. 2 high quality heifers to represent this class.
Quickly, the results of Class 14. First place, 2304, Belle Nedelicki from Iowa. These are both April calves. Second place, 3265, Riley Ladwig of Nebraska. Coming in now, Charolais Composites, Class 15, Hayden Schroeder from Nebraska, entry 3156. Devin Benish, also from Nebraska, entry 1909, both May calves.
Okay, we're ready for the selection of the 2020 Hampshire breeding ewe. The first ewe in the ring today is our first place yearling Hampshire ewe from Wyatt Nixon of Wisconsin. This is a March 5th, 2019 born entry. First place in the January class, Brayton Bowers, Wisconsin, on a January 16, 2020 entry. First place in the February Hampshire ewe class, Cameron Murdoch from Nebraska on a February 5th entry. And first place in the Hampshire March ewe division, Weston Rim from Minnesota on a March 1st, 2000 entry. Second place in the yearling ewe class, Ty Thorson from Wisconsin. Second place in the January ewe class, Allison Sandy from Colorado on a January 10th entry. Second place in the Hampshire February ewes, Ty Thorson, Wisconsin, February 22nd, 2020. And second place in the March Hampshire greeting you, class I. Thorson from Wisconsin on February 2nd, March 2nd, 2020 entry. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Hampshire breeding new lineup.
In this class of 2 females, I elected to go with the one that's the most performance-oriented out here in this lineup. Big top, big hipped individual. It carries lots of mass all the way through, yet she stays maternal in her kind. If I was going to change her up just as coach, I'd widen her up at the hock when you get her on the move, but she still has lots of integrity in terms of structure, in my opinion. Then we get down to the second place female, one that has a really nice design and profile. But in comparison to the class winner today, I'd just like to see a little more mass here, a little more internal dimension up into that forerib to go against the heifer that heads up the class.
First place to Hayden Schroeder of Nebraska, entry 3156. Second place, Devin Benish, also of Nebraska, 1909. Lone entry in class 16, Charolais composite, TJ Mueller of Nebraska. TJ is coming in.
We get out here for our champion hand. This is an awfully good drive. I mean, the quality is just incredible. I've been very impressed from the first class to the early there. That was the men's class is pretty special sheet in terms of her type and kind. Don't need to talk too much about her. And these next 2 classes, your January and February, March, and all of those shoot for good. Really, I think the January, just briefly talked about her, I think it's her width and the ground. Other than that, in terms of she's coming at you, her chest bore is so open up. Look at her, and the young man's fixing it right there behind you with the hard over the February. But that January, every time you study her, body shape is so round in her butt. She gets her hand on her, she's square and big in her upper hip, and she balances good enough. The focus thing is got that sheet all front and super cool looking. She's probably not your flavor. If you want a crack open and round body with a bust and square, she may be your flavor. The one that sometimes the February there, she is a flatter lady. She's cool looking up there to her head neck, but certainly not the roundness of body and not come to school right in terms of her look. I won't say that. That's incorrect. Excuse me. She is cool looking in terms of her look up front, but her body shape and her width in particular, again, is not as big as the one right ahead. So pick your poison out here, which one you like the best. There's no question which one I like the best and which one will be your champion out of this division. I need to know that you, the man's not, that's an opposition coming into January for reserve. Congratulations.
Nice single entry in the lineup here, female that's very complete in her kind. Is really fault-free from end to end, really solid at the ground, just nice balance, just good kind of female to represent this class.
Champion Hampshire breeding you is exhibited by Wyatt Nixon on the Sherwin U entry. Wyatt's from Wisconsin. Reserve champion Hampshire breeding you from the January U class, exhibited by Braden Bowers from Wisconsin on his January 16th U lineup. Now entering the Charolais, we have Dorset yearling ewes. There are 4 entries in this, Southdown yearling ewes. We have 4 entries in this class.
Thank you. In the ring now with our Charolais composites, class 17, Talon Mueller of Nebraska. That's a misprint. Gloria Hansen from Minnesota as well in the ring. This will be our final class in the Charolais Composite Female Show. TJ Mueller from Nebraska did win the class 16, entry 220.
in this class. I'm going to go with the female that represents the most weight per day of age and performance. She's the biggest middled individual with tremendous capacity. If I was going to change her up today, she wants to get a little tight in her top when you put her on motion, but she's a really nice cow prospect. A little smoother made kind of female here in second, one that I appreciate the way she lays at her shoulder. I like the maternal look that she's got. Just gives up in terms of overall mass compared to your class winner today.
Results of Class 17. First place, Gloria Hansen of Minnesota, entry 224. Taylin Muller of Minnesota, entry 534 in second. We're now ready to bring back our first and second place animals from each of respective classes in our Charolais composite show and select our grand and reserve champions.
Good set of Southdowns here, and really on the top pair of them, I like them both quite a bit. There's just subtle differences between the pair. The one we start with, love her body shape, love the width underneath, and like her look up front, her presence there is really good. I think she's really big in her upper hip and her pin as well. The big difference for me in the pair, though, is not necessarily the look of them standing still. So when you get her into motion, she does handle her wheels just a little better. The way she steps from her hop to her passion there, the way she plants and drives. The young lady here too is not what this thing is dynamic propped up. I mean, I think she can show the wheels off the one for sure. And this one balance is extremely good. Really, really correct there. I don't know that she's as good through her center body and her shape up high. And then when we get her in motion, she does get a little more concerning the way she sets her rear two down. But I think that's an awfully nice pair of sheep there. I wouldn't argue with you how you like that pair because they're both very, very good. One coming out here in three is a bigger, long one here. It's got a little more order, a little plainer in terms of shape, a little more refined in the ground than the pair of heifer. And the one coming out in four, this one's probably a little truer about her kind there, about her head and there in terms of her neck and her ear there. But this one for me just gets a little cleaner in terms of her shape. Good set of sheep there, congrats to all of them.
In the ring, competing for your champion, Charolais Composite, first place from the April calf class, Belle Nedelicki from Iowa, entry 2304. First place from class 15, Hayden Schroeder from Nebraska, entry 3156 with a May. Class 16, TJ Mueller with Nebraska, entry 220. And from class 17, that February yearling, 224, Gloria Hansen from Minnesota. Chan Phillips.
Another nice lineup out here in these class winners and seconds. I think there's a couple of heifers that fit what I'm doing today out here in the lineup that are fresh in their appearance and good at the ground and have some future ahead of them from that standpoint. And the combination heifer in terms of condition and structure and look for me today is this female right here. Let's give this gentleman a nice round of applause.
TJ Mueller from Nebraska, entry 220. The April yearling is your grand champion, Charolais Composite.
The one that has really got a lot of good days ahead of her in terms of a show ring would be the one up front here. I'm going to make her your reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Belle Nedelicki from Iowa, entry 2304, your reserve champion, Charolais Composite. That completes our Charolais Composite show. We're ready to move into the Kiana. Also, just quickly want to let you know that Taylin Muller from Minnesota is coming back in the senior showmanship. Taylin was awarded a showmanship pin.
All right, results from our Class 9 Southdown yearlings. First place went to Adriana Wendland from Minnesota. Second place yearling, Kaylin Schmiercheck from Wisconsin. Kaylin also earned a senior showmanship badge. Third place went to Jordan Roden from Iowa, and fourth place Morgan Volkema from Iowa.
set of sheep here, but man, every breed has been finding the fact that sure enough, one comes in here and just kind of pulls at you pretty hard. This one's doing that right now. This is an awfully nice female. Comes of her type and kind, her build there, established the feature. Again, we talk about her. Is she the biggest one ever? Is she ever going to be the biggest one? No, they don't have to be for me. That's really, really good sheep to win this particular class. 2 here and 3 are, of course, very much alike. I would bet they're probably fairly similarly bred, just in terms of their look. The one that we use to win is better in terms of the body shape and her undercarriage there. Just 4 up with a stouter feature than the one that's going to come in 3. But when it is really all over level, you see change underneath and stop right on the ground. Good set of 3 there. Congrats to all of them.
Before I introduce this first class of Kiana heifers, I want to also recognize 2 other individuals from the Charolais composite show, which will now be coming back for Showmanship. They earned their Showmanship pin in the champion drive. Hayden Schroeder in the junior division. Hayden is from Nebraska, and Belle Natalicki from Iowa in the senior division. Class 18 Kiana heifers in the ring. That includes entry 1538. Bryn Youngie of Iowa with a April yearling. Jaylee Halstead of Nebraska in with 3102. Journey Reeson of Nebraska, entry 789. The March and April class in the March category, Will Lapke from Iowa, entry 1259. Mason Peters, also from Iowa, 1267. Caitlin Hart from Colorado's in with 1258. Trace Falkenstein from Kansas in with 667. Micaiah Smith of Iowa in with 2644.
We just completed the Southdown fall breeding class. First place in that division was Becca Payne from Kansas, and Becca also earned a senior showmanship badge. Second place, Morgan Holcomb from Iowa. Third place, Morgan Holcomb from Iowa. Now in the show, we're going to Southdown ewes born in January. We have 7 entries in this class. We had 7 entries in this class. Looks like we have 1 scratch, so we have 6 in the show ring right now.
Kind of like the last class over here. We got another one coming here and smacks everybody around just a little bit. Young lady brings an awfully nice female here to win this particular group. When the balance is good, got plenty of shape to go with it. I think an awfully nice place to start. From there, you got to make some decisions. You like these lined up a little different to me. I wouldn't call you crazy to 1 and 2. I like her body, her traditional shape there. She's modern, she's square, she's doing her legs. I think puts lots of good pieces together. It's her extra width and body as she beats the 1 and 3. 1 and 3 is really lovely square. When we change her to her shoulder, she wants to be a little lower next set. Turn out of her knee there ever so slightly. We'd like to correct that. Get her ankles there. Maybe lift her up into the run. Feel just a nickel. And that's where the sheep in 4 has a true advantage. This thing is big. I mean, she's for a sapling. She's long, extended. We like that about her. Man, she needs to be wide. You know, as we study her at any angle, he's coming at you just a notch more. One coming out next in line with that baby stock. This one's got some body shape and moderation here. Little around her hip, a little pointer in terms of her build, but still a nice shoe and a little bit around out there. Man, I like the body in that sheep. Just a good legged, good body sheep. Maybe a little more conventional on her build, her look. doing a good job with it. You should be proud of that project for sure. Nice class, congrats and all.
Results from the Southdown January breeding year class. First place and receiving a junior showmanship badge, Allison Reichek from Kansas. Second place, Kiana from Minnesota. Third place, Creed Harker from Iowa. Fourth, Emily Muntz from Nebraska. Fifth, Brianna Bowers from Iowa. And sixth, C.D. Gorder from Minnesota. We have one scratch in that class from Kaylin Smirchak. Now entering the showing 5 Southdown ewes born in February.
Over here in the key ring, really high quality all the way through this class. One of the deeper classes of quality we've seen up to this point, but we got 2 rock stars up at the front of this, and both of them are high presentation out here in the lineup. But for me today, the one that is the freshest out of the base of her brisket, the one that's widest at the hock, and the one that gives me as good a balance as anything in the lineup is right in front of me. Just a real high quality female that I like in terms of frame score as well. You get down to the second place female. I really like this one in terms of her depth of flank and the lower third that she represents. Gets a little down in her brisket compared to the class winner today. The big thing I'd change about her compared to the class winner is I'd widen her out at the hock and then lower stifle just a touch. But 2 really nice heifers. Take nothing away from the female in third. Another high quality female, one that represents a lot of dimension down her top and out over her hip. She gets her around good with a lot of structural integrity. She gets a little plainer out of the front 1/3 compared to the 2 in front of her. Like to freshen her up there at that brisket as well. Fourth place female, big top, big hipped individual. When she gets on the go here, she's wanting to fight the halter a little bit. Like to see her a little truer off all 4 corners when she's in motion. Same holds true with the next female in the lineup. She gets a little short in her step. She gets a little plainer in her kind, but yet she's one that has plenty of dimension, lots of mass, lots of performance there. Young man turning the corner here. Really a female that's got a lot of good to her. She just needs more time. She got outmassed out here in the lineup. I think down the road this one will make him a very nice bred heifer and cow as well as she goes further into it. Just needs a little more time to compete against some of them more massive ones. Then we get down to a real massive kind here. Big top, big hip, just a little plainer in her look. Same holds true with the female that ends up the class. Just needs to be a little more attractive off her feet and legs as she goes around the ring.
Results of Class 18, first class of Kiana heifers. First place, Bren Youngie of Iowa, entry 1538. In second place, Micaiah Smith of Iowa, also entry 2644. Third place, Journey Reeson of Nebraska, entry 789. In fourth place, Mason Peters of Iowa, entry 1267. Fifth place, Will Lapke of Iowa, entry 1259. Trace Fulkenstein from Kansas, entry 667 is in sixth. Caitlin Hart of Colorado, 1258 is in seventh. And Jaylee Halstead of Nebraska, entry 3102 in eighth. We have 2 entries in this class. Both of them are in the ring. Derek Klingman of Iowa, entry 196 is your February yearling. Your January yearling, Mallory Yoakley of Missouri.
Good set of Southdowns here, and these younger ones, and just good at the top. It's kind of like going to the ice cream shop, picking your favorite flavor too, but they're just that polar opposite. For me, I like the one that's better around her body. She's bigger hip, but most critically, she's sounder. She's better in terms of her feet and legs. She's particularly better the way she transitions from her hoof to her feet. That one balances as good as any sheep we've seen from the side in terms of up high and running uphill. She needs to be bolder and bigger again, but most critically is look at her down at the ground right here and watch to where her feet turn as she goes out of here. When the young lady puts her in motion, she gets a little wrong there in terms of the way those angles are wrong, but just look at her. We need to change that to flex her spine there with a nickel more. There's a lot of good in that sheep though, just not my flavor there. One come out 3, stout feature, high one here, just a little too plain, and she wants to turn her hocks in too much. You watch her go away from you, and even when he sets her there, she does that as well. But there's a lot to that sheep in a modern package. One come out 4, a little bit of the same thing he said, wants to break a little rough in her top line there, a little flatter down to her whole base of her shoulder, wants to turn her front feet out pretty hard when you watch her go as well. And then the one that finds this out turn with a big right sure one, but this one just needs an optimal shape to it for me to line. Good set though, congrats to all.
Real nice pair of females over on this side of the Coliseum. The female that heads up the class just gets it done in terms of overall presentation and look out here. Really carrying her appearance, adequate in her rib shape. I really appreciate the freshness of her condition at this stage of the game. Real nice heifer to win the class. Get down the second place female, one that sure shows a lot of turn to her top. She's big out over her hip. She carries that stoutness all the way to the ground. With that said, she gets a little more awkward off that rear leg. Just like to see her a little more complete from the side profile to compete against the class winner today.
Results from the February Southdown Breeding class. First place, Sylvia Chapman-Nessa from Minnesota. Second place, Galen Schmearchat from Wisconsin. Third place, Drew Peterson, South Dakota. Fourth place, Kiana, Minnesota. And fifth place, Jenna Monks from Nebraska. Now entering the Charolais, the last class of the Southdown Breeding Ewes. These are March ewes. There's 3 entries in this class. We had 1 scratch. If you're following along the program, Galen Smirchek scratched his entry. So this will be the final class of the Southdown Breeding Ewes. We'll then have our selection of the champion Southdown ewe. Then we'll move into Suffolk.
Thanks, Greg.
And there's very few Suffolks. We have a lone Gorber entry, and then we'll take a 10-minute break before we start into the commercial breeding ewes. 10-minute break before we start into the commercial breeding ewes.
We're selecting our champion Kiana heifer in the ring right now. The results from class 19, who also stands in the ring at this time. 929 Mallory Yoakley from Missouri, first place with a January yearling. Dirac Klingman of Iowa is in second place, also in the ring, competing for reserve champion honors. In the ring, competing in first place from class 18, the April yearling Bryn Youngie of Iowa, entry 1538. The second place animal from that class in the ring as well, Micaiah Smith. I also want to recognize Journey Reeson and Caitlin Hart, both junior showmanship exhibitors who will be coming back in the showmanship division.
Good set of 3 here in their youngest class down. And just some differences as you look at them across the board. What we land on, I think she's really nice in terms of some muscle shape and some balance. Really attractive up to the front third of the body, but still making enough power to go with it. I think also a nice class winner. The one in second, probably over the body, probably not bigger and up for him there. You like that rider. He's a little finer around in her shoulder design. I think the base of her shoulder needs to be a little better, but I still think a nice one here. I want to come out pretty. I like her body shape. I like her whip. I just like to change the way she transitions from the look to her hook right there. She wants to break just a little much. Get high and tucked up in her flank there just a little bit much for me. But still a very high quality one. Good set of 3 here. Congratulations.
Now preparing for the selection, we're getting lined up here for the selection of our Southdown champion or reserve Second place, Skylar Scott from Minnesota. And third place, Kiana from Minnesota.
At this time, if you would, let's give these young people a nice round of applause in the key ring. I think it comes down to a 3-horse race once again, and like I say, the female here to my left, you know, very nicely presented. My hat's off to this young lady, and one that I really like from the side in a lot of ways. I like the way she gets around the ring. With that said, I'd just like to see her with a little more width of base when you look at her from the ground up, from that rear view. I think you get out here and you see two heifers that are a lot alike, but then again, they're a little different. And I think both of them have good things to offer, and it'd be fun to mate these two and move on to the next generation, in my opinion. But when it gets down to show ring presence and everything, this one out of the first class just really gets it done in terms of side profile and balance. She excels the way she comes out of the top of that shoulder up to her pole. She's very feminine fronted. She's fresh out of her brisket. She balances out back to that flank area really nice. I like her down her spine, out over her tail head set. Just a real high quality kind of female there in the first class. Another high quality female here in that second class, one that I think she's just really fresh for this stage of the game. My hat's off to whoever's been managing this one. She's good at the ground, has lots of structural integrity. I think she's one of them that stays very maternal, but she's wide-hawked and's got some dimension all the way through. Another high-quality female. She gives up just a little bit in terms of look through that front end compared to the female at the front end of this lineup, but a very nice female. With that said, if you haven't figured it out, I'm going to use this one for your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Bren Youngie of Iowa, entry 1538. Your champion, Kiana. Dropping in now, our second place from that class, Micaiah Smith, entry 2644, also from Iowa.
The logical thing to do to keep them together, I'm going to go with the young lady right here for reserve. Congratulations.
Mallory Oakley from Missouri, entry 929, your January yearling reserve champion, Kiana. Thank you, Kiana exhibitors. We're ready to move into 3 classes of Gelbies.
Now introducing our Southdown Breeding U contestants for the champion and reserve champion Southdown Breeding U from the yearling class. First place, Adriana Wendland from Minnesota on a March 2019 entry. First place in our fall-born class, Becca Payne from Kansas on a December 22nd entry. First place in the January division, Allison Reichek from Kansas on a January 13th entry. First place in the February class, Sylvia Chapman-Nesset from Minnesota on a February 12th entry. And first place in the March class, Adriana Wendland, Minnesota on a March 2nd entry. Second place yearling, Kaylin Smearcheck from Wisconsin on a February 2nd yearling. Second place fall-born, Morgan Volkema from Iowa on a October 13th entry. Second place January, Kiana Erickson, Minnesota on a January 1st entry. February, second place, Kaylin Smearcheck, Wisconsin, on a February 29th entry. And second place in the March class, Skylar Scott from Minnesota on a March 1st entry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Southdown Breeding U champion lineup.
Single entry in this class. Young man's got a real useful kind of a female here, one that exhibits a lot of length of side and extension all the way through. If you're just going to pick on her a little bit, you might give her a little more condition at this age. You might want to tone her down her tail head set, but nice single entry to represent this class.
William Welsh of Nebraska, first place, and the crowd agrees with Judge Chan Phillips 100%. This was the best heifer in the class. Entry 2295, February calf. We got a Pope show coming in next, class 21, Jaylee Pope and Justine Pope. Jaylee is 2098. Justine is 21:03. The winner will have the biggest smile.
Really a good Southdown show here, and I commend all of you on the quality y'all brought to the ring. It's been fun. These are Southdown one of those breeds, so it's always a challenge because it's, you know you're going to get a couple different flavors, and depending on where you want to lay your priorities and what you deem the most appropriate, I can see a guy coming in here right behind me and flipping these sheep around differently and wanting ones that are built just a little different than where I lay my priorities, and I don't think you're at all crazy, and I think that's what makes this show a thing unique and what makes it fun, because there's some sheep in here, I'm certain, on which you're going to have some good runs, depending on what you want to lay your priorities. So I'm not going to talk about them all now. I got my favorites, as I said in the last couple of breeds. There's been one out of each one. It seems like it's kind of come in and punched me right in the gut there and said I'm better than the rest, and I think there's one out here that does that extremely well right now. A very good one waiting to follow her in my mind. This is my flavor today. Good set of sheep here. Give a round of applause if you will. I'll show you my coach.
In this class of two, I'm going to go with the red female here in this lineup. One that I think's a little nicer down her spine, stays a little stouter there at the loin, and carries herself from that standpoint a little neater than the female behind her. I think she also has a scotch more natural rib shape and a little more forerib going in there behind that shoulder. You get down to second place female, like I say, gets a little tight in the heart, and I'd like to change her out of her loin, but one that I appreciate in terms of length of front and the maternal look that she carries today.
And in the Pope duo, it's Jaylee Pope with the balancer heifer that wins. Justine Pope is in second.
Champion Southdown breeding was the fall entry from Becca Payne from Kansas. Congratulations to Becca. Reserve champion was the January entry from Allison Reichett, also from Kansas. We'll now have the Suffolk breeding show. They'll all be in one class. Today. We have 6 entries of Suffolk breeding ewes ranging from December to February. Now we've decided to split it into 2 classes. So we're going to start off with the yearling ewe class, and then we'll have a minor class. 3 entries in each class.
We have 3 in 1 class, John. We're outdoing on the Gelby side of the arena, class 22, Madeline Welsh, entry 2296. I'm not thinking that heifer likes the announcer so much. Madeline comes to us from Nebraska. These are March and April Gelby and balancer heifers. Jacob O'Day from Nebraska, entry 3540. Keisha Albert from Guide Rock, Nebraska, entry 3092, showing a Gelby, not a Hereford. This is our final class of Gelby females. We'll have those first place winners come back and select our grand champion Gelby. Once again, recognizing our title sponsors for the Beef Breeding Show, Novatech and Polzine Cattle and Embryo Center of Minnesota. So thank you to the Polzine family and Novatech for sponsoring our Beef Breeding Show today.
We get into our subjects here. 3 sheep, each got some merit in terms of being big and light mature. They're really good about their breed checks. They're black on their points there. I really like that about them. I guess for me, the difference is the one that wins it. Maybe she's probably the biggest and the longest to go with it. We may like to change her heels just a little bit, but I think her extra length. And when he gets her propped up, she does run upfield. And she's right over the lines there for sure. The 1 and 2, maybe just a notch bigger and bolder out of her hip, probably a notch stouter in terms of her feature. The man took a little round in terms of the design, a little off there. The one that rounds us out, another nice shoe here for the young lady, a little off in terms of her structure and her build. Good set, congrats to all of you.
Differences in types and kinds in this trio of females, but I'm going to go with what I feel is a combination heifer. She's the one that stays the nicest down her spine, out over her tail head set. She balances out good from her flank up into her forerib. If I could change her up today, I'd like to lengthen her out just a scotch in her stride, but I think she has plenty of longevity in terms of structure. Female, it's a little bigger, is right behind her, one that gets a little plainer out of that front end, down in that chest and up to her throat latch. I'd like to change her up in her tail head as well, but high performance heifer, one's just a little bigger in terms of frame score. Then we get down to the third place female here, just a little more refined in her bone work. I'd like to see her a little stouter from that standpoint, maybe a little more attractive off that rear hock, but a big top, big hipped individual to finish up the class.
And our final class of Gelbies, the results. Keisha Alber from Nebraska, entry 3092 with that March. Gelby wins the class. In second place, Madeline Welsh of Nebraska, entry 2296. In third place, 3540, Jacob O'Day, also from Nebraska. We're now bringing those first place animals in, selecting our grand champion Gelby female from class 20. The February calf, entry 2295, it's William Welsh. This is an all Nebraska Gelby show right here. The class 21 winner, young lady in the middle, Jaylee Pope. Entry 2098, Jaylee has an October fall balancer. First place from class 22, Keisha Alber. Entry 3092 with the March yearling. Our second place animals from class 21, Justine Pope. 2103, the October fall yearling, and Madeline Welsh has the April yearling. Class 22 is 2296.
To our swing suffix here, and young man bringing this one that just real good in terms of her build, her kind of just my flavor in terms of having some width and dimension, but still very attractive and balanced from the side. Nice place to start.
What's the point?
Again, we've had a couple of
What are they gonna say?
she'll probably sit there with red because they look a lot alike. I think the only one is just a nice fold and a lighter than her body. Maybe nice, more comfortable in terms of her set, her hind leg, and her soundness of feature than the one that's going to come in through. Like the other guys, when she's level and square on her top, that was a little more refined in the bottom line, not as good in her underline there as the one she used. Still a nice set. Congratulations on all those two.
Results from the Suffolk breeding U show a yearling class. First place, Creed Harker from Iowa. Second place, Cheyenne Harker from Iowa.
Did she give Keisha one?
Third place, Brianna Powers from Iowa. And our last class of January and February borns, first place, and receiving a senior showmanship button, Christian Wagner from Nebraska. Second place, Brianna Powers, Evan Ruzicka from Nebraska was second place, and third place was also Evan Ruzicka from Nebraska. Now we're ready for the champion, selection of the champion Suffolk breeding year.
If you would at this time, let's give these young people in the Gelby show a nice round of applause. For me, there's a heifer that I think has a lot of future to her. She carries a nice look. She's the one that excels out here in terms of structure at the ground. I'm going to go with the young lady out of the second class for your champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Jaylee Pope on that October balancer heifer 2098, your champion, Gelby. Justine Pope coming in to compete for reserve.
Like I just said a moment ago, I really like the balance and the cow look of the female of the third class. She's going to be your reserve. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Keisha Alber, Guide Rock. 3092 is your reserve champion, Gelby. Also need to let you know that Keisha has been given the Showmanship pin. She'll be coming back in the junior division of the Showmanship. Thanks to the Gelby folks, we are ready for Herefords.
champion and the reserve champion Suffolk breeding ewes. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but in the January, February class, Christian Wagner from Nebraska received an invitation to come back in the senior showmanship division.
Our first horned Hereford class is in the ring. These are September, November, and December females. Leading the path, Mabry Magunigill from Minnesota, entry 2234. Second heifer in the lineup, 3395 from Madeline Black of Iowa. And the September heifer from Gwendolyn Bricks. Glendowin Bricks of Iowa, 1039.
Good set of subjects here. Just a couple classes. Not tons of them, but man, quality is good. I commend our I'm not going to waste a lot of time. I got my favorites out here. I'm going to stick with the two slick ones today for the champion. Congratulations to these guys right here. Nice job.
Champion Suffolk breeding ewe came from the January, February class, exhibited by Christian Wagner from Nebraska. Reserve champion also came from the January and February class. It was exhibited by Evan Brzeziszka from Nebraska. We have a lone Dorper entry here. Coming into the ring now. This is a Dorper breeding ewe born on January 5th, 2020, so spring Dorper ewe. Immediately following ribbon placing on this Dorper ewe, we'll have a 10-minute break before we start with the commercial yearling ewes class number 24.
In the Hereford show here, nice trio of females out here in the lineup. I'm going to go with the combination heifer to head up the class one that shows the most extension coming from the shoulder forward. She's tremendously long down her top and out over her hip. She balances out good in terms of the flank up into her chest cavity. Another nice modern frame female here in second. I like the way this one's put together down her top and out over her hip. With that said, she gets a little bolder out of her shoulder, gets a little plainer in her front compared to the class winner. Young lady's female that ends up the class is one that's got some scale and performance to her. Just like to see her a little freer moving and more attractive off all four corners when you put her in motion. Nice trio of females.
A really good single entry here in our Dorper show, and man, a good sheep. One that can stand some competition, 7-year-old high, but it's pretty, she's shapely, good body, sound structure. Just an awful nice female young lady brings to us, doing a good job with her. Congratulations to her.
Two entries in this horned Hereford class 24, 2293 leading the way, a May yearling. Ty Miller from Iowa, followed by Kinley Eckhoff of Nebraska, entry 116.
Pair of females here that are both really easy fleshing and low maintenance in terms of condition here, but the female I'm going to start the class with I think has a little more quality in terms of look. I think she's a little more attractive from her hooks to her pins. She carries herself with a lot of internal dimension. With that said, I'd like to freshen her up there at her brisket, but I felt like she was a little more attractive down her hip compared to the female in second. Female in second, got a lot of width and dimension down that top and out over her hip. With that said, I'd like to freshen her up at her pin set. I'd like to see her a little fresher there in her brisket to go against the heifer in front of her in this class.
Here's the results from class 23, the class previous to this. First place, Mabry Magunigill from Minnesota, entry 2234 with the December. And second place, Madeline Black from Iowa, entry 3395 with the November. In third place, Gwendolyn Bricks from Iowa, entry 1039 on a September. Class 24 that just left the ring, first place, Kinley Eckhoff of Nebraska, entry 116. In second place, Ty Miller of Iowa with entry 2293. Class 25 in the ring in our Horned Hereford female division. Far east end of the ring, 159, Graydon Forbes of Nebraska with the only April heifer in this class. The other three are March yearlings. Second heifer in the lineup, spinning back into her spot, Lacey Schmidt, entry 2924. She's from the United States of America. Cashley Chambers of Nebraska is in entry 2045. Completing this class, entry 3171, Landry Luce of Nebraska.
Just a reminder for the sheep exhibitors in the commercial division, we're going to take this 10-minute break. Then we're going to have a little change and alteration to our published program. Originally, class number 24, commercial yearlings, there are 2 entries in that class. We're going to start off with those commercial yearlings immediately following the break. And then we'll move into the commercial U-lines. So the commercial yearlings class 24 comes next. And then the commercial use following the break.
In this particular class, I'm going to start with the female that represents the ground the best here, one that really gets out with a lot of length of stride. She stays smooth in her knee and her hock and flexes off her pastern. She's fresh in her condition and just really balanced from end to end. I like the female in second as good as any when she's on the stance. I think she balances out good. She lays good at her shoulder. She has plenty of extension up front. With that said, we get her on motion. She wants to get a little tight off all 4 corners as she goes. Just like to free her up just a little bit from that standpoint. Then I decided to go with the more moderate frame heifer here. I felt like she just had a little more complete package than the one that's in fourth here. Fourth place female, low maintenance, easy fleshing, working against her a little bit today. Like to freshen her up in terms of condition to go any higher in the class.
Results of class 25, first place, Graydon Forbes of Nebraska with the April heifer. No fooling, that's the first place winner, 159, born on April the 1st. In second place, Cashley Chambers of Nebraska, entry 2045. In third place, Lacey Schmidt of the USA, entry 2924. And in fourth place, Landry Luce, entry 3171. Lone entry in this class, Cade Servin of Minnesota.
Single entry here, female that's agile on the ground and gets around with some length of stride. She's got a nice look to her from the front back. If you're going to change her up today, just needs a little more condition on her to be a little more show ring ready, but a nice sound one to represent this class.
Class 26, Cade Servin, first place from Minnesota, 1484. Back in the ring now, we have our first place animals for our champion Horned Hereford selection. Mabry McGunigill of Minnesota, entry 2234, is from Class 23. That's a December calf. Class 24 with the May yearling, Kinley Eckhoff of Nebraska, entry 116. Graydon Forbes is in with your April yearling, entry 159. Graydon's from Nebraska. And Cade Servin of Minnesota completes this selection with entry 1484. The second place animals in the lineup, Madeline Black from Iowa. Madeline also has received a showmanship pin, will be coming back in the showmanship competition at the end of the breeding heifer show. Ty Miller is in the second hole in Class 24 on the far west end, and the farthest west animal is Cashley Chambers of Nebraska, entry 2045. Cashley also receiving a showmanship pin and coming back in our showmanship division at the conclusion of our breeding heifer show today.
As we line these back up, if you would, join us and let's give these young people a real nice round of applause. There's a couple heifers that suit me quite well out here in terms of structure and look. I think there's one that excels and has a lot of future ahead of her in terms of the way she's put together and the balance that she represents, and just really like her from a side profile. With that said, let's congratulate the young lady out of Class 1. Really nice future on this one to go.
Congratulations to Mabry McGunigill of Minnesota, entry 2234. That's a December calf, your grand champion Horned Hereford female. Madeline Black from Iowa coming in with your second place November heifer.
Even though she gives up a little look, I think that the one out of the third class is really functional at the ground. She's very maternal in her kind and going to make a nice cow when she goes into production. Let's congratulate that young man on reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Graydon Forbes of Nebraska, entry 159. The April Fool's baby is your reserve champion Horned Hereford heifer. First class, uphold Hereford females. 2 entries, same family. Bella Presnall of Minnesota alongside Madison. Bella is wearing 3475, Madison 3480, both February calves.
Got two in this this class. They're a little different types and kinds. The one that suits me the best is going to be your class winner here, just in terms of being complete and the functionality that she represents. If we could change her a little bit, I'd tone her down just a scotch in her tail headset, but a nice, useful kind of a female to head up the class. Alongside it, bigger frame female in second, one that has some dimension down her top and out over her hip. With that said, she gives up in terms of lower third compared to your class winner today.
In the Presnell competition, first place, 3480, Madison. Second place, Bella. Class 28 coming in the ring. We have a October in the ring at the moment. Kylie Allen from Iowa, 2733. Kyra Bremer from Nebraska, entry 2846.
We got two in this particular class. I think the female that I'm going to use to head up class here has really got a lot of quality to her. She's very good in her foot shape. She gets around really sound structured on the ground. Like the balance that she has at this stage of the game in terms of depth of flank and the way she comes up into her chest. She's sure adequate from the shoulder forward there. Really like the complete design in that female to win the class. Another nice female here in second. She's a little bigger in her frame score, but yet she's very functional in terms of structure. She's very long in her side. Just needs to be a little more compact, maybe a little deeper middle compared to the heifer that wins the class today.
First place, class 28, Kylie Allen of Iowa, entry 2733 with the October fall yearling. Kyra Bremer of Nebraska in second place, entry 2846. Moving into class 29, two May yearlings. Madison Presnell from Minnesota is back, entry 3479 with a smile. Following her, Carly Coulterman from Nebraska, entry 2582.
We got two females in this class. The female that's going to win the class does so quite handedly in this scenario. Just a real balanced kind of female that stays very maternal, small in her teat size. She stays good at that shoulder.
Yep.
Sure long enough fronted, feminine in that face region. Just a real complete maternal kind to head up the class. Get down to second place female. Long-sided individual. It's got some dew down her top and got some mass out over her hip. Just needs a little more look, a little more pizzazz compared to the female that wins the class today.
Good, said we started our commercials here in the yearly views. A nice pair up here. Logical place to start with. It's got just a notch extra power. That was the feature. Still good looking enough from the side. I think an awfully nice female there. 1 and 2, maybe a little better. Through her shoulder, through her chest, forward, if you want to call that. Maybe a little more refinement on her joints. And I like that about it. It's not nearly as high for the style feature as one of the nice pair there. Congrats to both.
Here are the results of class 29. Polled Herefords, Carly Coulterman of Nebraska with the May yearling is first. Madison Presnell of Minnesota second. Class 30 in the ring now. These are April and March yearlings, and we have a big class. Kai Thompson of South Dakota is in the lead, 173. Grant Bricks of Iowa, 1037 is the entry number. Karina Smedra of Nebraska, entry 1641. Sage Krebs from Nebraska, entry 3360. Kylie Allen of Iowa, entry 2732. Jackson Sinsel of Nebraska, entry 860. Justine Wilkinson of Nebraska, entry 3263. Trinity Jones of Iowa, entry 1717. Kira Brimmer of Nebraska, entry 2844. Mesa Dvorak of South Dakota, entry 3253. Bella Presnall of Minnesota, entry 3476. Kinley Eckhoff of Nebraska, entry 117. Jackson Snell of Nebraska, entry 3348. Trinity Jones did not move to Iowa. Trinity's still from Nebraska.
Catching up over here on the sheet show, we had one lone Dorper entry, and that was Jaden Weldon from Iowa, and he, of course, won the class on his January entry. We had two commercial yearling ewes. First place was Reed Richards from Nebraska. In second place, Ashley Ostrin from Nebraska. We'll now have class 15 of commercial ewes weighing between 80 and 121 pounds. Class 15's in the check-in area. Class 16, please get prepared to come on in.
one of the larger classes of the day, and a lot of quality going all the way down through this class. But the combination heifer comes to the top here for me. One that suits me in terms of her mature frame score, where she's going to be at from that standpoint. I really like the flex at the ground on all four corners when you get her in motion. She stays good and clean down her top and very attractive about her hip and her tail head set. Just really like the balance and the look that that one possesses. Nice brood cow prospect to start the class. Get down to a little bigger frame female here in second, but one that's also represents a lot of longevity in terms of structural soundness. I really like her in her foot shape. I like her in her length of stride and the bone work that she has. With that said, she gives up just a little bit of look when you compare her to the class winner today. Third place female is one that's going to be very neat in production. She'll be very low cost when she gets to that point. With that said, she's getting a little stale out of her brisket. I'd like to freshen her up in terms of condition, but I really like the type and kind of the young man's heifer in third. Young lady's heifer in fourth is one that excels out here in terms of width and dimension and hip. She carries that down low into her quarter. Just like to see a little more swoop to her underline in comparison to some of her other contemporaries out here in this lineup. Little plainer haired or slicker haired female here next, but one I think has a lot of good to her in terms of a brood cow. Once again, just like to freshen her up in terms of her overall appearance. Young lady's female next is one that carries herself with a lot of length of stride. Where I'd change her today, I'd give her a little more angulation out of her shoulder when you get her in motion. Turning the corner here, big top, big hipped individual. Gets a little awkward off that rear leg, gets down in her pin set just a touch. Young lady coming next here has got a big barreled female with a lot of capacity, just gets a little stale up front there in her brisket. Same holds true with the next heifer, and you go on down the line. Little over condition, losing a little bit of look to go any higher in this class today.
Here are the results from Class 30 polled Hereford females born in March and April. A year ago, Kai Thompson from South Dakota wins the class, entry 173. In second place, Sage Krebs of Nebraska, entry 3360. In third place, Jackson Snell of Nebraska, entry 3348. In fourth place, Karina Smedra of Nebraska, entry 1641. In fifth place, Kylie Allen of Iowa, entry 2732. In sixth place, Mesa Dvorak of South Dakota, entry 3253. In seventh place, Grant Bricks of Iowa, entry 1037. In 11th place, Trinity Jones of Nebraska, entry 1717. 12th place, Justine Wilkinson of Nebraska, entry 3263. In 13th place, Jackson Sinsel of Nebraska, entry 860. We have three head in Class 31. Mabry McGonigal of Minnesota, entry 2509. That's a February, 2 Februarys, 1 January yearling in this class. Kinsley Krebs in the middle of the pack. She's from Nebraska, entry 3362. And Grant Bricks is back from Iowa, entry 1036.
Reminder once again that Sullivan Show Supply is providing gift cards to the top 5 overall breeding units today. That includes the Grand Reserve Champion, 3rd overall, 4th overall, and 5th overall. So thank you to Sullivan Show Supply for their generosity for the sheep show.
nice trio of females out in this lineup. Combination heifer's going to win the class here. One that excels just in terms of stoutness down her top and out over her hip. She's a female that has plenty of substance of bone on all four corners of her skeleton. Just a real nice brood cow prospect there from that standpoint. Gentleman's heifer here next in the lineup, another high quality individual, one that gets it done in terms of depth of flank as well and gets a lot of capacity and internal dimension going up into the forerib, where I'd like to change this one up a little bit. Once again, I'd like to freshen this female up there in that brisket and up through her jaw latch, even back into the udder for that matter, but a good cow prospect there in second. Get down to third place female, one that's very maternal in her kind and smooth in her joint. She just needs a little more time, a little more mass to compete against the two in front of her today.
Results of Class 31, polled Hereford females first place, Kinsley Krebs of Nebraska, entry 33.62 on a February yearling. Second place, Grant Bricks of Iowa, entry 1036. In third place, Mabry McGonigal of Minnesota, entry 2509. Lone entry in this class, Brady Allen of Iowa, entry 2701. Chan Phillips will most likely get this class right.
Hopefully so. But with that said, this is a nice female. She's very maternal. She's going to make a tremendous brood cow. I just like her from that standpoint. She's not going to wow you in terms of fit or profile, but just a real functional kind of female that will go out and do a nice job in production.
First place, Brady Allen of Iowa, entry 2701 with that December long yearling. We're now ready to select our grand champion, polled Hereford. The young lady leading the pack in is Madison Presnall of Minnesota, entry 3480 with the February calf. Kylie Allen is second in line from Iowa. Kylie has 2733, an October calf. The deep cherry red heifer, the third heifer in the lineup, comes from class 29. Carly Coulterman of Nebraska, a May yearling. 2582 is the number on her back. The young man competing against the young ladies, Kai Thompson of South Dakota. Entry 173, an April yearling Kai has brought us. Class 31 winner, Kinsley Krebs, also of Nebraska, entry 3362 on a February yearling. And the other young man in the lineup, Brady Allen from Iowa, entry 2701, a December long yearling. The second place animals, Bella Presnall of Minnesota, February calf. Kira Bremer of Nebraska, also coming back, by the way. Kira is coming back in the junior showmanship division. A September calf in this class. Madison Presnall is second place from the May calf class. Second place is Sage Krebs from the class 30 with an April yearling. Grant Bricks, representing the completion of this class for selection of grand champion and reserve champion, polled Hereford female.
Really a good set of starting from commercials here. And I think it's kind of a trio of them, at least, to sort of. And I got to be honest, the 1 and 2, when she walked in, I must have missed her just a little bit. And I'll say a couple of things about that. And that'll happen. Luckily, we get multiple looks at them. But I think that's a really, really good sheet there. And I think in the set, the one that we used to win, I think it's her presence when she walks in. That was chest forward in relation to her flank. Her top line, her hip and hind leg is so good in terms of her balance and correctness there. That sheep is an outlier in terms of those things, her shoulder blade and ankle. I think it's tremendously high quality, a sheep with a lot of presence and balance. As I said, the 1 and 2, when she walked in, I just missed that one a little bit because when the young lady wants her, she wants to fight and pull down. And that sheep, if we pick on her anywhere in relation to the one that win, is right in her blade there. When she wants to get a little shorter, a little finer, right there in the front of her shoulder. From her mare back, I like this sheep better than the one that win in terms of her back shape, her body, and her rib, and her flank. That thing is awful good. And that's why I asked her to step off, because I think that thing probably looks her best. When she just sets that off over, lets that thing drop up and just get that hip and high leg there for that posture right there. That's an awfully unique pair of sheep to go out here, 1 and 2. And 3, you love the shape of this one up high, the presence and the way she angles up to her front end. Love to look at that sheep. I'd love to change her back into her front for me, an equal body shape, the depth back to her front. I think that's where she can be enhanced, but I do like that sheep quite a bit in terms of her top line and her field. You may come out here and forward, giving the lady a little bit of a hard time to show. She wants to run down heels just a little bit. Love the front over the rib, the width at the ground there. I love those things about her. I just like to lift that one up front, make it more flat in terms of the shoulder, and stick her out into a little steer in motion there. She wants to get low into her front end. Young man's gonna line up the top side with one. To me, this sheep got some good in terms of her stature and her build. I think she looks the best just walking around there. She flexes and goes. One that's got a good body shape. We maybe like to change her back to her flank ever so slightly and blend her from her loin into her hook bone just a little nicer there. But extremely high quality when they're going outside. That's a competitive set of ewes there. Congrats to all those together. Good job.
At this time, if you would, join me in the Hereford ring, and let's give these young people a nice round of applause. Nice lineup here in the class winners and the seconds. There's a couple heifers that suit me quite well. An honorable mention, I would guess, or would say, would be the calf down here out of the second class. I like this one in terms of the way she's put together. I think she's got a nice future ahead of her. Use getting in the way a little bit today, maybe, but that heifer's really nice. Then we get to the female right behind her there, one that is very maternal in her type and kind. She's smooth in her joint. She gets along good with a lot of integrity in terms of structure. I like the way she sets there at her shoulder and the way she comes up into that front 1/3. She's loose enough height to stay deep middled as she goes along. She's very fresh down her spine and from her hooks to her pins. If you're going to change her today compared to maybe an older heifer or two, you might give her a little more stoutness there from the pin set forward, but a nice maternal kind. Then we get down to the young man's female directly behind her. One, like I said earlier, is just really fluid in terms of her movement. She's very balanced from flank up into the forerib. I like this one down her spine as well. She stays thick over that top and over the hip and into the lower quarter, but yet it's maternal with that. She's going to be your champion today. Let's give that gentleman a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 15 commercial ewes weighing 80 to 121 pounds. First place, Sheridan, Illinois. Second place, Landry Sutton from Nebraska. Landry also received an invitation back for the junior showmanship. Third place, Braden Hours, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Atlee Hirschfeld, Nebraska. Fifth place, Weston Rim, Minnesota. Sixth place, Tara Kirkland from Iowa. Seventh place, Taya Hamilton, Nebraska. Eighth place, Sarah Dilley, Nebraska. Ninth place, Dakota Rapp, Missouri. And 10th place, Isabel Lowry from Montana. Also exhibiting in that class, John Terry, Ernest Carley, Cooper Locker, Holt Locker, Elena Fangmeyer, and Elena also received an invitation to return for senior showmanship. Bella Campbell, Grace Eckhart, Paige Teachin, Kinsey Prunty, and Cash Campbell. Now in the show arena, class 16 commercial ewes weighing 123 to 130 pounds. There are 18 entries in this class.
Female that just entered the ring here is a little different in her type and kind, but one that I can appreciate in terms of stoutness. And the bull-making kind of mama here, she's a little bigger frame than I may desire. She may not be quite as wild-fronted as some of them out here, but she's attractive in her own way. I appreciate that about her. If I'm going to pick on her a little bit, she wants to shove a little forward on that shoulder when she's on the go, but a real nice heifer there. With that said, I'm going to go with the young lady right here for your reserve. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Kai Thompson of South Dakota. He previously went out of the ring, but he was recognized as your grand champion polled Hereford female. And Carly Coulterman of Nebraska, entry 2582, will be the reserve. Thanks to all of the polled Hereford participants. We're moving now into our Limousin cattle.
Well, in the event that you weren't here yesterday or you were late arriving this morning, I'd like to reintroduce our judges for the 2020 Aksarben Youth Market and Breeding Show. Our live animal judge today is Brent Jennings from North Carolina. Brent is a 4-H livestock specialist. He got his bachelor's degree from North Carolina State. He raised his show sheep along with his wife Allison and their 2 boys, Zade and Carter. Also judging today, Showmanship, is Noah Henson. Noah is also from North Carolina, graduated from North Carolina State. He's an area livestock agent. He helps with the state judging team. He raises show goats, and he has 1 7-month-old son, Callahan. Let's welcome our judges again this morning.
While we have the Limousin cattle in the ring, I did want to go back. We have a couple of additions to the Showmanship pin. Carly Coulterman, who exhibited your reserve champion, now has received a Showmanship pin coming back in the junior division, as well as Sage Krebs. Sage will be coming back in the senior division. I think we have 2 divisions in this class, Chan Phillips. We have McKenna Richardson with the Limousin and Trace Fulkenstein from Kansas.
Heifer wins this class pretty handedly for me. This is a very, very high quality, nicely presented female out here in the lineup. Tremendous depth of flank, nice balance coming out of that midsection up into her forerib. I really like the way she stays down her spine and out over that attractive hip. Very functional at the ground, just a real nice female to start the class with. Young man's heifer right behind her's got a lot of quality to her. He just kind of hit a roadblock here a little bit, but one that's very long down her top. She's very agile at the ground. Gets a little too much set at the hock maybe if you want to criticize her that way, and maybe gets up in her tail just a little, but just a real massive heifer to start the class.
Yeah. Champion, Limousin, McKenna Richardson of Nebraska, entry 171 on January. Trace Fulkenstein of Kansas with the reserve on 665. Main-Anjou, you're up.
Nice single entry here. The female's got a great future ahead of her. Lots of angulation at the shoulder. She's got plenty of length up front, plenty of midsection for this stage of her life. Young man will have a lot of fun with this one down the road.
Lone entry, first place, Owen Roseboom of Wisconsin. Class 34, February calf in our Main-Anjou. Now we have 1 entry in Class 35. J.C. Wolfinger of Nebraska, entry 2245. Just a gentle reminder that it's a wonderful day over at Legacy Livestock. Heidi is back, so make sure you get the opportunity to stop by the backdrop, take your animal pictures. These young ladies here in the ring are doing a fantastic job capturing ring shots, so you can go on to Legacy Livestock Imaging and find those cameos of the kids and the cattle.
Nicely presented female in this single entry class. Tremendously long-sided female that lays nice at her shoulder. She balances out good from end to end. Just a real nice representative of this single entry class.
J.C. Wolfinger, first place, 22:45 with the November. Forehead in this next class, class 36. Coming in the ring now, Jackson Snell of Nebraska. These are March and April yearlings. 33:49 is Jackson. Second in the lineup, Lucas Leapers of Missouri, entry 283. Lucas coming through now. The young lady coming in next is Madison McCullough of Iowa, entry 2020. Jillian Bryant, also of Missouri, has the fourth heifer in the lineup. Class 36, Main-Anjou. Jillian is wearing a 3352 number. It is our last class of Main-Anjou heifers. We'll select our champion and reserve champion, Main-Anjou females, immediately after this class.
Well, I'll tell you folks, I thought yesterday we had a time or two, we had some classes with unbelievable quality. And again, this reminds me to the first class of heavyweight crosses we had yesterday. And with a pair of sheep here, the first and second, that are not only good out here today, but these two right here are going to be good for generations. These two right here are going to make lands that are going to bring a lot of money, going to make a lot of revenue for wherever or wherever they go. And I think that about all of them, but these two right here, they're first and second, are special creatures in terms of just their build, their quality, and then have the shape. The other lady there that wins it does so when we put them in motion. That one is better through her chest for. She's a little more unique. If we study her through her breastplate there, she's longer and more extended out of her hip. And then she just puts it all together in a package that's awfully unique there from the side. I think that's an incredible creature. This one in two, I don't know that I've seen a ewe that's any bigger back, rounder body, than bigger pins than that sheep right there. I mean, incredible hip in that sheep. My problem with that one, of the pair, you're going to talk about it, is right there at the top. She's supposed to get ever so easy at the top, and come up into her hip pins there. But I'm going to tell you, I'm picking on one that I think is an absolute creature right there. And that's a pair of sheep that I'm going to think about for a long time. You know, them two are special sheep right there. You know, you're in third, you got one that I say 98% of the people in this field would sure be proud to own this show. And you're supposed to stand third today in a really competitive class. Unfortunately, you hit one that's pretty unique. I like this sheep. She wants a break in her loin there, so slightly. Not nearly as massive and as powerful as those two that go out ahead of them, but I like that one quite a bit. Young man comes in four here with another one. This one is just impeccable in terms of her skeleton. Her feet and legs, her angles are perfect. Her body shape is true. She's big in her feet. She just runs out of gas to get up any higher. She ain't nearly as stout in her feature and her bone work and just her mass as those ones ahead of her today. But that's a unique one there that's going to go out and for this quality. The sheep in five, a lot of the same thing he said. I absolutely adore this one's build. Her skeleton is perfect. Her shape is great. Her body shape is underlined, presented good. But of this initial five, she just gets the nearest in the class in terms of her hip and her pin there. But a sheep man, I think, is a special one right here going out to 5. Probably as good a top 5 as we've seen, in a day and a half here. So kudos to them. Some more really high quality ones in here, but that's a competitive set. Congrats to all those exhibitors. Nice job.
Now entering the sheep arena, class 17 commercial ewes. There are 19 ewes in this class, weighing 131 to 135 pounds. Results from class 16 commercial ewes. First place, Bull, Iowa. Second place, Sam Schmellen from Iowa. Third place, Riley Anderson from Kansas. Fourth place, Kate Newman from Iowa. Fifth place, Mallory Beck from Missouri, and Mallory also earned a junior showmanship badge to come back later. Sixth place, Landry Sutton from Nebraska. Seventh place, Cooper Sanchez, Wyoming. Eighth place, Ella Greiner from Iowa. Ninth place, Jaden Allen from Nebraska. 10th place, Riley Anderson. And I believe it's from Kansas. And Riley also earned a badge to come back in junior showmanship. Other entries in the class included Andy Booth, Bree Van Dossel, Kinsey Prunty, Max Christensen, Casey Miracle, Addie Reese, Wyatt Vogel, and Caden Carlson. Now in the show ring at class 17, commercial ewes 131 to 135 pounds.
Two really nice females at the top end of this class, and you can't really criticize either one from a profile standpoint. I think the one up front here is just really balanced and shows a lot of functionality. When you look at her from the ground up, she excels out here and staying true as she goes away from you. She hits her track as she goes beside you, and really maternal in her kind with a lot of dimension to go with it. You get down to second place female, she is a little more massive down her top. She's got a little bit more product out over her hip and carries a little more bone. With that makeup, she does get a little outside herself when you get her in motion, you hear her from behind. That was the thing that differentiates the two for us, or me out here today. You get down to the third place female. This is a high quality, nicely presented female. I like this one down her top and out over her hip and her tail head set. I like the maternal look that she has. We get her in motion, you'd like to see her reach out and go a little longer in her stride in comparison to the females in front of her. Another high quality female to end up the class. It's a shame she has to be here today, but that female's got angulation to her shoulder. She's very up-headed, nicely shown, just a high quality female. She just doesn't have quite the pizzazz or the balance as the three in front of her today. Nice class of heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
It's nice to see Chan sweating a little bit before 11 o'clock there in that class. Results of class 36, March and April heifers. Lucas Leifers wins the class from Missouri, entry 283. In second place, Jackson Schnell of Nebraska, entry 3349. They're both coming back now in the selection of our champion and reserve champion, Main-Anjou female. Third place in class 36 was Madison McCullough of Iowa, entry 2020. In fourth place, entry 3352, Jillian Bryant of Missouri. Coming back now, our three first place winners. Class 34, the February calf from Owen Roseboom of Wisconsin, entry 49. First place from class 35, J.C. Wolfinger of Nebraska. That's a November yearling. And then from the class just completed, Lucas Leapers, entry 283, and the second place heifer from that class, 3349, Jackson Schnell. I don't have. Okay.
At this time, if you would join us, and let's give these young people a nice round of applause. Like I said earlier, the calf up front's got a nice future ahead of her, and the young man's going to have a lot of fun with that one. Then we get the female in the middle here. Nice kind of cattle here, just needs a little more lower third in her today, maybe a little more feel compared to some that are out here. And then we get to the end of the lineup. We had two really good females in that particular class, and it was splitting hairs. I'm going to use this high-quality female right here for the young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause. And it'd only be fitting to use this gentleman here for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion and reserve coming out of class 36. Both of them are April yearlings. Champion Main-Anjou heifer is from Missouri, Lucas Leapers. Reserve champion from Nebraska, Jackson Schnell. We're now ready to move into our maintainer females, class 37 maintainer females. Before I introduce the maintainer females in class 37, I want to recognize J.C. Wolfinger of Nebraska. Entry 2245 has been awarded a senior showmanship pin, so J.C. will be back. First class 37 maintainer females, Adrian Bryant of Missouri, entry 3354. Both of these are March calves. Lexi Johnson.
This pair of females sorted fairly easy for me today. The one up front's a little more show ready. She shows a little more dimension down her top and out over her hip. She carries herself with a little more bone on all four corners. Represents structure with a lot of longevity from that standpoint. Female in second's really got a lot of quality to her. She's maternal in her look. She's smooth in her joint. Just gets a little overmassed today. She'll have a nice future ahead of her as a bred going on down the road. Two nice females to represent this class.
First place, Lexi Johnson from the USA, entry 2649. Second place, Adrian Bryant of Missouri, entry 3354. Danny Raber, we're ready for the second class of maintainer females. Three head in this class, 1810, Cody Olson of Colorado. 2 Februarys, 1 January, 3353. Adrian Bryant is back from Missouri. Megan Schroeder will be in, 3166.
really a good set of sheep here. And a trio of them sort of for me, and each one of them has some merit. Ultimately, the one that wins it, I think she does so a couple of places where she balances so good from the side of her look and comes to her chest and her flank. And then when we get them in the motion, she sets her hind leg down just a notch further in the way too. I think in terms of shape and power and build up high, I don't think there's enough difference in the pair. Actually, advantage maybe to the one in second in terms of some extra width there. But an awfully nice view there to go ahead and hear first. But you're here in second, like I say, that one maybe just a nice boulder will crack open to her chest. Maybe a nice rounder to her center body there. Really big and rolled up high. When we get her in motion, she gets a little tighter there out of the hip. She doesn't have quite the look up front that the sheep that wins. That's an awful nice pair of sheep and a hard decision for sure. Like both of those quite a bit. One coming out here three. Love this sheep's build. Absolutely admire a sheep that are built like that. Skeleton is near perfect. Her chest floor relation to her flank is near ideal. The only thing when you get in under three-quarter view of her versus those two ahead of her, she's running out of gas. She doesn't have quite enough sheer width and power to run with that pair of them. But an extremely unique one right there should be proud of. The black one coming out in four. This one props up as deadly as any of them in terms of her shape and having some body and a big old square hip in her. We'll give her an emotion. You can see it particularly up front when he lifts her up. The little toes are pointing the wrong direction. She won't get too straight in her shoulder. Doesn't quite handle herself as good in motion as the trio does ahead of her. That's a nice sheep. Coming out four. Big back from here. Got some extra length and extension. Good touching sheep. Her body shape needs to be a little different in terms of from her chest to her forehead there, back into her flank, and you drop that down just a little bit, making more feminine like in the look there. But an awfully nice sheep nonetheless. Good set there. Congratulations, Charolais.
Nice trio of females over here. The female that I'm going to use to win the class, I think is just really useful and going to have a great future ahead of her. I really like her kind in terms of being smooth from end to end and very fault-free, very maternal, handles her spine really good. She's going to have a nice future ahead of her. High-quality female in second. Big-bellied individual that excels out here in terms of capacity. She's a little stouter top. She's bigger hip than the other two. With that said, she gets a little more open at the top of the shoulder, and she gets a little tight in behind that shoulder compared to the female that wins the class. Nice looking when we got here in third, just gives up in terms of total weight per day of age and performance to compete against the two in front of them.
Results of Class 38. First place, Megan Schroeder of Nebraska with a January calf. 3166 is Megan's number. Megan also recognized with a Showmanship pin. Should be back on Showmanship after the breeding heifer show. Second place, lot 1810, Cody Olson of Colorado. Third place, Adrian Bryant from Missouri, entry 3353. One entry in Class 39, Brianna Wilkins of Iowa. This is a October yearling.
Now in the sheep arena, Class 18, commercial ewes weighing 136 to 140 pounds. There are 21 entries in this class. Results from Class 17. First place, Caitlin Anderson, Colorado. Second place, Clay Earlhart from Kansas, and Clay also received an invitation to come back to the senior showmanship. Third place, Mallory Beck from Missouri, and Mallory received the invitation to the junior showmanship. Fourth place, Sam McKinney, Iowa. Fifth place, Chase Buck from Iowa. Sixth place, Claire Ulrich from Iowa. Seventh, Matea Roberts from Kansas. Eighth, Phoenix Stewart, Wisconsin. 9, Megan Olson, Minnesota. 10, Bella Campbell, Colorado. 11, Abigail Dyes, Iowa. And 12, Addie Stanwick from Nebraska. Also exhibiting in that class, Dylan Rapp, Haley Chambers, Aaron Berkey, Jordan Weldon, Skylar Scott,
Class 39 results, maintainer females, Brianna Wilkins of Iowa, first place, and does receive the showmanship pin. Will be back. We've got a nice size class here, should have 5 head. Class 40, all May yearlings. 2081, Courtney Bachman of Nebraska. JC Wolfinger is back, also of Nebraska, entry 2246. Brooklyn Beery of Iowa, entry 2590. Mandy Niemeyer of USA, 2325. Aiden Hineker of Minnesota, entry 79.
Really a couple of high quality heifers out in this lineup. We're going to go with the most complete female in the lineup, the one that excels out here in terms of structure and the way she is in motion. I really like the balance of this female and the way she comes out of that flank and up into that forerib. She stays a little fresher out of her brisket compared to the female in second. Female in second represents as much mass and dimension and weight per day of age as anything in the class. With that said, I'd just like to tone her down in condition there at her brisket. I'd like to see her just a little more agile out of that hip down to the ground in comparison to the female that wins the class. Real fresh managed female here in third, one that has a lot of quality to her. She just gives up a little bit in terms of overall internal dimension compared to the two in front of her, but a real nice female from that standpoint. Young lady's female next here is one that's very attractive from the side. She might be a little shorter fronted than those in front of her, might need a little bit more lower third and flank compared to those as well, but another high quality female. Then we end up the class with a stout top, big hipped individual, just gets a little awkward off the shoulder to the ground and on the rear leg. Just like to see her a little more agile when you put her in motion.
Results of Class 40 maintainer females, all 5 May yearlings. First place, Courtney Bachman of Nebraska, entry 2081. Courtney also recognized with a senior showmanship pin. In second place, Aiden Hineker of Minnesota, entry 79. In third place, Brooklyn Beery of Iowa, entry 2590. In fourth place, JC Wolfinger of Nebraska, entry 2246, and Mandy Niemeyer, entry 2325, fifth. Class 41, we've got our big class here coming in, maintainer females, class 41, 8 head. Kesslyn Willert of South Dakota, entry 2009. These are March and April yearlings. Jenna Belt of Iowa, entry 2023. Cal Pryor of Iowa, entry 902. John Vanderveen of Iowa. I can't see John's number. Jackie Schleider of Kansas, entry 83. Shay Whaley of Iowa, entry 1543. Brindley McNeil of Nebraska, entry 2500. And the oldest heifer in the class, March the 5th, Lindsay Schmitz of North Dakota, entry 2541. We have one more class of maintainer females, then we'll bring back our first place animals and select our champion maintainer. Once again, saying thank you to our title sponsors for the beef breeding show, Novatech, Polzine Cattle and Embryo Center in Minnesota. Later in the day, we're going to have some awards from Sullivan for our champions. Also want to say thank you to the ring help. We have a couple of veterans who don't ever seem to tire. Mike Pallas never tires. Russell Raber, tired most of the time. Tyler Perrin, he's been here every day this week. Where'd he go? There he is, hiding over here. Thank you, Tyler. Becca Bankson. And Stephanie Mayer. Where's Stephanie? There we are. Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for the ring help, keeping everybody lined out. And one final thing, Chen Phillips has not really been properly recognized this morning. Our judge in the ring wearing the K-State Power Cat purple for some reason today, even though he's from the state of Oklahoma. Has been with us here for now 3 consecutive days, really working through the kids and picking a solid set of cattle, but I think most importantly spends time and really works at educating our youth, understanding that the cattle are just a vehicle to teach these kids something. And he knows a little bit about that because he's got his own daughter alongside Morgan, who is identifying our showmanship recipients and coming back. And this year, like a years past, you actually get recognized within your class and invited to come back into showmanship instead of everybody being open. So thank you. Let's put a great Aksarben welcome together for Chan and Morgan coming up from Oklahoma to sort through our cattle and work with our kids.
Really good set of views here. Competitive set, challenging set for me, honestly, because there's some give and take in here. And I like all these top 4 or 5 fight well. The one that wins it, I'll be honest, she walks in, this sheep has no brains for a walk. I mean, and that's unfortunate. She doesn't want to walk because when there is a 2 ahead of her, but that's an awful high quality one. The sheep before I struggled with, I'm not gonna lie, but man, this one walks in, she probably hit me as hard as any of them. I'm to be honest, her foot first, and that stout leg, that open up and wide, I want to, I'm not crazy about the way she moves up over there too. She wants to lay up on herself and plant down on the outside of her toe, and you can see it actually when she goes, and you see it when she's just standing there, she wants to do that. If that doesn't bother you, this lady can win the class and go on to do incredible things. I think that's a sheep with a ton of future, but for me today, I was enough to put her down a little bit here, and that's where we changed her. The sheep come out by, this thing is as tricked out in her front end as I've ever seen. Talking about taking a stone and shutting it up and one. This one does that incredibly well. With that, though, like all the pieces just like blend together from her loin to her hook on.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Thank you. Her dog comes to go out here and keep her out and has her body. But that one's got some freaky pieces for sure. And do an awful nice job for that young lady. Great six sheep here. Another one at 6, I will say that one pops up good. Wild muscles. That thing handles on the real strong. But that one really did real too much for me today. Good set of sheep there. Congratulations to all of them.
Really, 4 really nice heifers at the top end of this class, and you can make an argument for a lot of different ways on them, but I think when you get in a show ring environment, the female that wins the class just really hit me hard when she entered the ring, and she continued to do it all the way through the process, and you don't make them much better coming out of the top of the shoulder up to that pole, and the way she slants at the shoulder. I really appreciate the way she sets at the knee down to her hoof. She's very relaxed down her spine. At times you want to think she might have a scotcha tail head, and she does, but it's still attractive, and I'm okay with it. She's as agile as anything in the class. You get down to the second female here, another high-quality female, a female that represents a lot of performance, a lot of internal dimension and capacity. She's not quite as wild-fronted, but she's good-fronted. She's got a scotch more brisket compared to the heifer that wins the class, 2 high-quality females. Young lady here in third, I'm sure this heifer's done a lot of good for her in competition and show ring, but compared to the 2 in front of her, she just gives up a little bit of dimension. She gives up a little bit of lower third compared to the 2 up front. On the stance, I really like this brockle face female. I appreciate the easy doingness and low cost she's going to be when she goes into production. I like the volume and the forerib and the depth of flank and the balance that she carries. You get her in motion, I just like to see her a little more agile off each corner when she goes in motion there, but a nice kind. Then we get down to a little plainer type here, one with a lot of width and dimension, just needs a little more look to go up the line. Young man's female coming around the corner. Really a wild factor in terms of profile, just gets a little tight out of that pasture and up in her hock. Same holds true with the red and white heifer. And then the young lady that ends up the class just needs a little more weight per day of age, needs a little more structural integrity to go any higher against these other heifers today.
Results from Class 41, maintainer females. First place, Jenna Belt. Even though she's from Iowa, she's got the entire section of Northeast Nebraska rooting for her. 2023. In second place, Lindsay Smits of North Dakota, 25-41. In third place, by the way, Jenna Belt also awarded a showmanship pin coming back in the senior division, as is Jackie Schleider coming back in the senior showmanship division from Kansas, number 83. In fourth place, Cal Pryor, also coming back in the junior showmanship. Cal comes to us from Iowa, entry 902. Shay Whaley from Iowa, entry 1543. In sixth place, it's John Vanderveen from Iowa, entry 708. In seventh place, Kesslyn Willert of South Dakota, entry 2009. In eighth place, Brindley McNeil of Nebraska, entry 2500. We have our final class of maintainer females, class 42 in the ring. Georgia Johnson of Nebraska, 1045 is her number on a February yearling. Bryn Space, also of Nebraska, entry 771, and Lucas Leapers of Missouri, entry 284. Georgia Johnson.
Now in the sheep arena, class 19 commercial ewes weighing 141 to 144 pounds or 17 entries in this class. Results from class 18. First place, Chloe Nelson, Minnesota. Second place, Cameron Murdoch, Nebraska. Third place, Carson Keller from Kansas. Carson also earned an invitation to the senior division to come back for Showmanship. Fourth place, Tyson Waleshka from Iowa. Fifth place, Elena McCarthy from Iowa. Elena received a junior showmanship invitation. Sixth place, Peyton Van Schindel from Wisconsin. Seventh place, Chloe Sandy from Colorado. Eighth place, Sam McKinney, Iowa. Ninth place, Taylor Sublet from Iowa. 10th place, Libby Dix from Iowa. And 11th place, Katie Hughes from Minnesota. Also in that class was Main-Anjou from Montana. Received an invitation to return for junior showmanship. Now in the show arena, class 19 commercial ewes weighing 141 to 141 pounds.
In the maintainer show, really high quality female to head up the class, one that gives you nice balance from the side profile. She's three-dimensional and has plenty of performance to her. Going to make a nice brood cow down the road. Get down to second place female, another one that's got plenty of dimension and mass to her, out through her hip and down into her lower quarter. With that said, she gives up just a little bit in terms of lower third compared to the class winner today. Young ladies female coming out next, really attractive on the stance, very feminine about her face and front end. Just needs to be a little sounder or longer strided when you get her in motion to compete against the two in front of her.
Our final class in the maintainer division, class 42, first place, 771, Bryn Space from Nebraska on a January yearling. Second place, Lucas Leapers from Missouri on 284. And third place, Georgia Johnson from Nebraska, entry 1045. Now bringing back those first and second place animals in our maintainer show. First class 37. First place, Lexi Johnson. Class 38, Megan Schroeder with a January calf. First place in class 39, Brianna Wilkins of Iowa with an October yearling. Class 40, Courtney Bachman of Nebraska, entry 2081 with a May yearling. Class 41, Jenna Belt from Iowa, entry 2023, an April yearling. And the class that just concluded, entry 771, Bryn Space of Nebraska with a January yearling. Our second place animals in the lineup, Adrian Bryant of Missouri with a March calf. Cody Olson of Colorado has second place in class 38. Second place in class 40, Aiden Henniker of Minnesota, entry 79 with the May yearling. Second place from class 41, Lindsay Schmitz of North Dakota with the March. And from class 42, second place, Lucas Leapers of Missouri with a January 1.
good set of views here, and some challenges to sort through. I don't know why she's not perfect. This is an awfully nice sheep in terms of her build, her kind. Her skeleton is good enough. You know, she's a little straight in the hop, but she's big in it. Really shapely up high, good in her body shape. I think what sets her apart in a second is from her chest floor design there. Her elements up front gets up a little better. The 1 and 2, probably wider and bolder. We like that about her. And that's why, you know, honestly, I didn't pull her on my initial sword. But then when I look back and lay my hand on her, man, I got a lot of appreciation for sheep that have like the shape of the ride, that ride on me. She does it awfully well. Just gives a little less fluff up front, and then when it wins, that's where we pick on around. The sheep in third, I like this in terms of being one that runs uphill, is shaped and grooved up right out of her shoulder as any of them. But as we stay her back from the hooks to her pins, that thing needs to be bigger hit for me. Now offset that, you know, you want to call her really good chesty because she does run uphill sometimes, but actually she's a little deeper and tighter like her chest for there unless she do a punt. But I'm picking on a good sheep over there that you should be awfully proud of. Power sheep here at 4. This thing's taking in ground body. Really, really good for that aspect. Pretty good in the feet place. At the end of the day, she runs down heel, gets a little coarser and rounder up on this. A little shorter and thicker about her neck there in relation to some of these ahead of her. But I do like the power and the substance that that sheep has for sure. Thinking off there, I'm probably one. Running out of top 5 is another one that has some power, so she gets across up. Really, really thin high, hard off from the promise in that area. For me, that one gets a little more restricted in her movement, a little narrower down at the ground. You watch her coming at you there, and her knee, and I would just need to open that one up a little and get her up higher. Really nice set of sheep. It's challenging to take the score through. Congratulations.
At this time, if you would join us in the maintainer ring and give these kids a real nice round of applause. Morgan and I were just talking, it's probably one of the deeper quality sets we've seen up to this point as a whole, and my hat's off to you exhibitors. With that said, there's a heifer that hit me pretty hard. I'm not going to talk them all, but we're going to go ahead and use this young lady for your champion.
That's Jenna Belt from Iowa, entry 2023 with the biggest crowd of the day. Or just the loudest, one of the two. Second place coming in that class, Lindsay Smits from North Dakota.
I told the young lady when she was a single entry I'd make a few comments about her heifer, and I think this fall, I believe, I think she's really nice. And if you're down here at ground level and you look at her in terms of her foot shape and her structure and everything, she's got a tremendous future ahead of her. Just a real nice kind coming out of that single entry class. With that said, the heifer that was second in class to our champion is one that is just really nice in her own right as well. She's got some maturity against some of these younger ones. She represents a lot of mass but keeps it maternal. We're going to go ahead and make her your reserve today. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Lindsay Smits from North Dakota, your reserve champion maintainer. Thank you to all of the maintainer exhibitors. Red Angus, you're up. We have our first class of Red Angus females in the ring. Class 43, 1871, leading the way, Addison Starr of Nebraska. That's a March calf. The February calf in the class is 486, Kyla Tror. I don't have that state, Kyla. We'll call you United States of America. I stole that from John. Carissa Schweitzer from Nebraska, the January calf in the class, entry 485.
Currently in the show ring and sheep arena, class 20, commercial use. Weighing 145 to 148 pounds or 21 entries in this class. Results from class 19. First place, Peyton Van Schendel from Wisconsin. Peyton also received a invitation to return to senior showmanship. Second place, Shaylin Zinger from Kansas. Third place, Emma Gonzalez, Wyoming. Fourth place, Sawyer Fitz from Nebraska. Fifth place, Morgan Van Schendel from Wisconsin. And Morgan also received an invitation to return to junior showmanship. Sixth place, Sylvia Chapman Hessett from Minnesota. Seventh place, Allison Wycheck from Kansas. Eighth place, Peyton Peterson, Iowa. Ninth place, Abigail Eyes from Iowa. 10th place, Caitlin Waters from Iowa. And 11th place, Brady Adam from Missouri. Also exhibiting in that class, Addie Reese, Anna Stewart, Keaton Fay, Green Haynes, Prue Freeland, and Skylar Scott. Now on the show ring, class 20, commercial use, 145 to 148 pounds.
Nice trio of females out here in this lineup. I'm going to start with what I feel is the combination heifer of the class, one that gives a pretty nice profile from the side, but yet she keeps plenty of mass and dimension all the way through. Then the one the most like her in kind is the female in second. Down the road, she might be able to contend with the class winner. Today, she's a little greener in her makeup, not quite as ready, but a lot of quality represented in the two heifer. You get down to the three female, one that has a lot of performance. She's got a lot of lower third and internal dimension. Gets a little plainer out of her front 1/3. Gets a little low in her pin set compared to the others, but a nice trio of females.
First place, class 43, Kyla Tror. 486 is the entry number, February Red Angus calf. Second place, Addison Starr, entry 1871. In third place, Carissa Schweitzer from Nebraska, entry 485. A lone entry in this class with a great big old smile, Chloe Jo Hendren of Missouri. A September fall Red Angus female, class 44.
Young lady's female is one that I'd call very maternal, like the long, smooth muscle pattern she's got. She balances out good in terms of flank and the way she goes up into her chest cavity. Just a real nice functional kind to represent this class.
Congratulations to Chloe Jo Hendren of Missouri, making Grandpa and Grandma Ragsdale proud. First place, entry 1396. In the ring now, class 45. They have four animals. Trace Falkenstein from Kansas, entry 666. Brogan Benish of Nebraska, entry 3135. The third April heifer in this class is Chandler Lowry of Iowa, entry 372. Allison Reitcheck, the lone March heifer in this class. Allison's got a 1625 tag on.
Phenomenal set of sheep here. I made a comment earlier. I thought we had a pair of ewes earlier on that were elite that were going to do some really progressive things for their flocks. And I think ultimately we got a trio of them here that are really, really special, but ultimately that top pair of them are unique again. And they're very similar in a lot of ways. The one we land on the win, I just think when she gets her stopped and propped up there, her chest forward just so good in terms of the way she reads back into her body shape and her hand. She's good at her shoulders. She doesn't move perfect, but she's acceptable in my mind. I think she's certainly good enough, and that thing is really good shape, really good touching. And I think she blends just a little better than you does in second. The one in second is mega wild in terms of her handle around her shoulder. And I think it's crazy round body, wide chested, big hand. She needs to blend a little better in her loin here to her hook front, and she needs to set down her hop just a nickel better. When you watch her go, she's not as comfortable with the one that wins the class. But I'm picking on one that is an elite status in my mind. I'm certainly one of the ones that is really, really special ones here out in the ring today. The sheep in third, man, I dig this one. Big body, round, shapely. Out here, I'm saying two. She's not near as freaked out in front of you. She's shy over her chest fork, and quite as good in terms of the lower chest fork cavity there. And now from a power standpoint, she's got all you could ever want right there in terms of shape and body. I like that about her. Just not quite the front end you see her ahead of her. You know what I mean? You got a nice shoe. You just run through some real forward here in this particular class. This one balances great from the side. Really, really level and square down her column out over here. Just runs out of gas for me and get it up any higher. Love the building out and love the design of her. Just needs a shot more to her. And when it comes to five, I think it's really good body, a good built one here. Just maybe not quite the good looks that you see in a few of them up higher today. But man, a tremendous set of sheep there. Really compared to set top 2 or 3 with special sheep for sure. Congrats to all of them.
Really a nice female to head up this class. One that I appreciate the way she stays at the point of her shoulder. I like the way she comes up high out of the top of that shoulder to the head. She's a female. It's fresh down her top and out over her hip. She balances out good from her chest cavity on back into her flank. The one that follows her the most alike in class would be the female. It's in second. I really like this one in terms of her balance as well. When you look at her through her forerib and back to her flank area, she gives up just a little bit of bone when you look at her from the ground up compared to the class winner today, but a nice female in her own right. One that's going to be really good down the road, just a little greener in her condition today, is the female in third. I really appreciate the structure or integrity that she carries today. I like the femininity about her face and her shoulder and that front 1/3. She just needs a little more time to massen up a little bit. And then we get the performance-oriented female here at the end of the lineup, one that's a little overdone in terms of condition. It's kind of worked on her hoof shape a little bit. She's having a little more trouble getting around the ring in terms of structure. This needs to be freshened up a little bit to go any higher in this class.
Results of Class 45 Red Angus females. First place, Brogan Benish of Nebraska, entry 3135. In second place, Allison Reitcheck, entry 1625. In third place, Trace Falkenstein of Kansas, entry 666. And in fourth place, also recognized with a showmanship pin, Chandler Lowry of Iowa, entry 372. Chandler will be back in the senior showmanship later today. Class 46 in the ring now in the Red Angus division. It's a fearsome class. Caitlin is in with 2065. These are all the fearsome pigs. All the fearsome Red Angus heifers are February heifers. Lily has 2, 2063 and 2064. Lot number 29, Sarah Pinsenstadler from Minnesota, the January yearling.
21 commercial ewes weighing 149 to 153 pounds, or 21 entries in this class. Results from Class 20 commercial ewes. First place, Madison Rule, Iowa. Madison also earned a senior showmanship badge. Second place, Wesley Burdick from Wisconsin. Third place, Elena Lynch, Missouri. Fourth place, Gerald Gahan, Missouri, and Gerald received an invitation. Jared Gahan received an invitation to senior showmanship. Fifth place, Ariel Nair from Indiana. Sixth place, Isabel Laurie from Montana. Seventh place, Elizabeth Skavinsky, Nebraska. Eighth place, Anna Rogers, Iowa. Ninth place, Oliver Dyes from Iowa. And 10th place, Casey Chambers from Minnesota. Other exhibitors include Elsie Badger, Brooke Booth, Emma Link, Landry Rosenboom, Lucy Kuchera. Landry Rosenboom had a second entry in that class. Caden Carlson, Mason Roberts, Olivia Sept, Molly Hanson, and Brody Erickson. Now the show arena, Class 21, commercial ewes, 21 head, weighing 149 to 153 pounds.
In this particular class, felt like the female that heads the class is the one that was the most attractive from muzzle to pole. She comes out clean down to the point of her shoulder. She balances up good in terms of depth of forerib and the way it goes back into that flank area. Just a real solid cow prospect that excels out here in terms of overall profile. The one most like her in kind is the one in second. Not quite as balanced, maybe not quite as functional from end to end as the one in front of her, but a lot of similarities there. This one's not quite as good at her shoulder juncture compared to the heifer that wins the class, but two nice females there in first and second. Logical choice next for me was the third place female here. She's a modern frame cow, deep body kind of a deal. Gives up a little bit of look from that brisket up to the chin compared to the other two, but a real nice cow prospect. Then we get down to a bigger frame female that has a lot of weight per day of age. Where I'd like to change her up, she gets a little more prominent at her hock. She needs to be a little sounder at the ground. We get her in motion compared to the other three heifers.
Results of the Pearson class, Red Angus females. First place, Lily. Second place, Lily. Third place, Caitlin. In fourth place, Sarah Petzenstadler from Minnesota. Sarah Petzenstadler will be coming back, recognized for her showmanship efforts. Coming back in the senior division, as well as Lily Pearson, Lily, on 2063 in the junior division. We now have our class winners in for our Red Angus champion drive. First place from class 43, the February calf, Kyla Tror, entry 486. Chloe Jo Hendren from Missouri, second heifer in the lineup, entry 1396. Coming out of class 45, with the April yearling, entry 3135, Brogan Benish of Nebraska. And Lily Pearson, entry 2063 from class 46. Second place heifers in the lineup from class 43, Addison Starr with the March calf. Second place from class 45, Allison Wright-Check. And second place from class 46, Lily Pearson from Nebraska with 2064. We'll be moving into Shorthorn directly after the selection of our grand champion Red Angus female.
It's just time, if you would, join us and let's give these young people a nice round of applause. We get the lineup back out here. I think in terms of combination of brood cow prospect slash presentation in terms of a show cow, there's a heifer out here that kind of stands out. And with that said, let's congratulate the gentleman out of class 3. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Brogan Benish of Nebraska, the April yearling. Your grand champion, Red Angus. Stepping in, Allison Wright-Check.
We really like the female that stood second in that class. So with that said, let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Good set over here in this particular class, and I think a real logical place to start here with the one that Linder, I think from a balance standpoint and having some shape and width and doing all the things correct, she does an awfully nice job of it. I like what she quite a bit. From there, you got to make some decisions. If you want to line up the next 3 or 4 different than me, I can see it. The sheep in second, I do think the young lady gets a lot shown out of her, but she is really shaky up high. She's dead level, square hip. Got a good set behind her, doesn't flip further, and can probably just be a notch shallower up front. You want to pick on that sheep a little bit in relation from a chest back into a flank. She's parallel at best, and we will probably change that just a little bit. But getting on a 3/4, she is open up and rounding her butt. She's perfect in her handles and looks the part to me in terms of the top line and her shape and her cut is extremely good. You know, you want to say the line here is maybe better in terms of the body shape, but I don't know that she is back into a flank than the one that's just ahead of her. And that's what we pick on this one as well. Right through her lower chest portion, a little rounder, but really shapely, long body, really square. And she's a little more restricted off of her hind leg as well when we get her in motion. And I think a lot of quality there. Power sheep at 4, we've had a lot of them down here all day. We pick up a tremendous amount of width. And I love that about this year. I think she's got a lot of positives there. At the same time, you can see it when she starts pushing, she wants to roll over the shoulder. She's lower in her next set there. You can lift that thing up at the top of her leg there just a little better. And I think we would change it there. From there back, that thing's a truck and be awfully nice shoes for that young lady. Once come out and try to pop up dynamic from the side. You want to talk about chest forward flank. This one probably doesn't as good as any. This one just needs to be wider when you get it behind her. Just kind of done the day running for hell. But I do like that field. I like her silhouette from the outside of the field. Good set of sheep there. Congratulations.
So her
Kinsey Moan, Katie Van Pelt, Kay Graham, Kinley Fatty, Eaton Fatty, Delaney Childers, Emma Gonzalez, and Meta Tees. Talent class, commercial use, weighing 154 to 161, class 22.
And I want to say congratulations to our reserve champion, Red Angus. I did not get a chance to properly congratulate Allison Reetcheck of Kansas. We're now into our Shorthorn show. One entry in this division. 31-17, Gus Irwin of Iowa. Thank you, dear.
Young man has a real nice single entry here, one that's real attractive about her front end. She lays good at her shoulders. She's got nice balance coming out of her chest back into her flank area. You'll have a lot of fun with that one down the road. Nice representation for a single entry class.
Gus Irwin, first place, the crowd favorite. Class 48. These are May yearlings. Two of them, Trinity Jones. Trinity's from Iowa or Nebraska? That's why I know that. That's why my sheet's wrong. Jordan Peterson. 1883. We don't know where Jordan's from either. Iowa.
Couple real nice heifers here in this class. The one kind of gets ahead in this class fairly easily for me. Really complete in her type and kind. I really like the balance and the functionality that she shows. This heifer excels at the shoulder forward, just really sound at the ground. Nice kind of female to win the class. Get down second place female, another quality individual. It's got some width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. She just gives up in terms of that undercarriage and lower third compared to the female that wins the class today.
First place, Jordan Peterson from Iowa, entry 1883. Second place, Trinity Jones, 1718. Class 49, Shorthorn females coming in. We should have 5 head. Anna Reddy from Nebraska, the youngest calf. April yearling, entry 213. Shelby Lowe's turning the corner, headed to the rail on entry 43. She comes to us from Minnesota. Clayton Donahue from Nebraska, entry 35-17. Radley Eisenhower from Colorado, entry 23-52. Cole Bruce from Nebraska, entry 980. Cole is Bruss, not Bruce, Bruss. Do that every freaking year. Think I'd learn. Shit. Bruss. Bruce. But once you get into a habit, you didn't eat wheat. There's no wheat in there? I don't think you're right. Oh.
In this particular class, I'm going to go ahead and use the combination heifer to win the class, one that represents a lot of scale and performance out here, but yet puts it in a nice look. Real attractive up through that front 1/3. You change her up a little bit. You might make her a little more agile when you put her in motion, but yet in this particular scenario, she does as good as anything out here in the lineup. You get down to second place female, one that's a little more moderate in her design and frame score, but yet she keeps a lot of volume and depth of flank in comparison to the female in front of her. Just gives up a little bit of that look up through the front 1/3 and overall power to go along with that. Get down to the third place female, a heifer that really puts down on the scale in terms of performance. She's got a lot of rib shape. I'd just like to clean her up in her design a little bit, freshen her up in her condition to take her any higher in the class today. Young lady's female next, fighting the halter a little bit. That's a nice heifer. She's shoving on the halter, gets a little quick in her step by doing so, but a nice cow prospect there. And then end up the class with a big top, big hipped individual. Just needs a little more lower third and undercarriage to go any higher in the class today.
And the result of class 49, we have one left of Shorthorn females. 49 though, Shelby Lowe was first place from Minnesota, entry 43. In second place, Radley Eisenhower from Colorado, entry 2352. In third place, Cole Bruss of Nebraska, entry 980. In fourth place, Anna Reddy of Nebraska, entry 213. Clayton Donahue of Nebraska, entry 35-17. Two entries in this class.
This class here is a phenomenal set of sheep. These first five are really special. And I certainly think that there's quality in each one of them. as you evaluate them, there's just a little subtle differences. The one we land on, I think that one's just hard to pick a hole in terms of their skeleton and their kind and their body shape. She's got plenty of muscle. I'm not going to call her the hottest muscle around here, but she's got plenty of it. Her build up front, her chest in relation to her flank, and I think she sets them out as honest and true as anything out here. I think that one puts some pretty unique things together for sure. The one at second comes up dynamic. Her body shape's better than his last runner. Just in terms of her rib and her flank there and her underline, I think that was extremely powerful. She probably labors the most off of her hind leg in the tissue 3 and 4. And we watch her go, she doesn't set them there quite as comfortable as those, but that's an awfully nice sheep that's going to go out there in second. The one at 3, love the power, love the body of the sheep, but she's doing it right now. When we fix that one, it's from her loin to her hook bone. She doesn't bleed as good as the ones ahead of her. She wants to break right there. We like to change that about her. Love the power, love the way this one angles and sets them down square. I like her extra width at the ground, or the one's going to come in 4. This one in 4, I tell you, I like this sheep a bunch. I really do. I like her kind. I like her flexibility and her movement, her ankles there. She's extremely good. Of the initial 4 of those sheep, the flat is still in her kind right now today. She's the most dried out. Her edges up high is going to get up on top of her versus those 3. She just doesn't quite feel out as good as those 3 ahead of her in terms of her flank and her body and all as well. But that one, in terms of being one that's good looking, good made, and sound, I think she does really well. Emily's got one at 5. I'd be real proud to have a sheep like this in terms of her back shape and squareness. Just out here today, she didn't have front look up there front to run with those ones ahead of her. But that's a really high quality, good play sheep out here. Come in, all of you. Tremendous set of sheep. Congrats to all of you.
In this class over here, really nice female. The young lady's got nice presentation here, nice show ring look. Cow prospect as well in terms of depth of chest and flank and internal dimension. Really super sound kind of female to represent the front position in this class. Young lady's female in second is one that is going to be low cost and low maintenance when she gets into production. With that said, she's just a little stale in her condition. That hinders her on the move, and she gets going around the ring in terms of structure, but real nice female to win the class.
Winning class 50, Shorthorn females, Caitlin Bruce from Nebraska, entry 981. Caitlin also is earned the scholarship, maybe, but she's earned the showmanship pin that could qualify her for a scholarship. In second place, 1379, Aniston Poston of Iowa. We're now bringing back our first place animals to select our champion and reserve Shorthorns. Gus Irwin of Iowa is entry 3117 with a March calf. Jordan Peterson from Iowa, entry 1883 in class 48. Shelby Lowe from Minnesota, third heifer in the lineup, number 43. Caitlin Bruce is back from Nebraska, 981. The second place animals in the lineup from class 48, Trinity Jones of Nebraska, 1718. Radley Eisenhower from Colorado, 2352. Aniston Poston of Iowa, 1379, completing our champion and reserve champion selection in the Shorthorn division.
Now in the show arena, class 23 commercial U's. This is the final class of the commercial U division. The following this class, excuse me, Tail also received an invitation to return to junior showmanship. Colonel Freeland.
In the Limousin breed, we had a 172
Emma Wink.
out of 172.
Ashley Ostrand. Kinsey Nelson. Caleb Rehab. And Emily Note. Also, Wesley Burgett received an invitation to return for senior showmanship. So in the arena now is the final class of commercial ewes weighing 162 to 194 pounds. There are 16 ewes in this class. Following this, we'll have a selection of the champion and reserve champion commercial ewe.
At this time, if you would, join me on the Shorthorns ring, and let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. Been a nice show to evaluate. With that said, there's a big white heifer that I like quite a bit. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Caitlin Bruce of Nebraska, your champion Shorthorn. Second place in that class, Aniston Poston from Iowa.
Follow type and kind, the heifer out of Division 2 or Class 2 will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Jordan Peterson of Iowa, 1883, your reserve champion Shorthorn. Congratulations, Jordan.
Good set of sheep here, and I think one that played Main-Anjou to start with, I think does a lot of things right. Remember, having some power and width, really shapely and good at the ground. I think this is an awfully nice class winner, really fresh and good body. I think that's a logical place to start. There, I think it's closer to 60.2 and 3. 1 and 2, I like her shape out of her shoulder. I like her square down her top and out of her hip. I'm not crazy about the other wall now, to be honest. I think it takes away from her a little bit, because I think she actually reads good enough in her underline there without it, just in terms of her kind. I think her extra length and her relation side of her hip, in terms of having some extra width, of the 1 and 3. This 1 and 3 got some pieces I really like. Her chest force stuck up in her, the sweep to her rib and her body is metal. Of the initial 3, she probably is a flag that's still out out of her hand. Needs to be just wider, more shapely, you study her right from behind. 1 for 4 maybe has an advantage there in terms of width. But this one just gets too plain through her chest. If you study her, she looks around to get a little deeper there. There is a lot of power in that sheep nonetheless. Then lays out one in the top 5. Instead of lining up here and just moving up by default, we're not going to hold it there. Needs to be bolder and wider to run with some of them. But this is a good All-American one there. Everybody here in the good set of sheep there. Congratulations.
Lone entry in our first class of Shorthorn Plus females, Abby Valish.
Young lady's got a single entry out here in this class, and one that could definitely stand some more competition. Nicely shown, nicely presented, just a real nice single entry.
Abby wins it all. Abby Valish, first place with the May yearling. We're ready for Class 52, Shorthorn Plus female. First in, Colton Nedelecki from Iowa, entry 2334. This is an April yearling. Reagan Jansen from Iowa, entry 904. 3 Aprils in this particular class. Karina Smedra from Nebraska, third in the lineup, 1640. McKenna Sontag from Iowa, 1568 with a February 4. 4 heifers in this class.
Anderson, Colorado, 133 pounds. First place, Class 18, Chloe Nelson, Minnesota, 137 pounds. First place, Class 19, Peyton Van Schindel, Wisconsin, 141 pounds. First place in Class 20, Madison Rule, Iowa, 145 pounds. First place, Class 21, Sawyer Markle, Iowa, 149 pounds. First place, Class 22, Dalton Mortney, Iowa, 157 pounds. And first place, Class 23, Jerson Kopka, Minnesota, 182 pounds. Our second place year commercial yearling ewe, Ashley Ostrom from Nebraska. Second place, Class 15, Landry Sutton, Nebraska, 119 pounds. Second place, Class 16, Sam Schmellen, Iowa, 125 pounds. Class 17, second place, Clay Girlhart, Kansas, 131 pounds. Second place, Class 18, Cameron Murdoch, Nebraska, 136 pounds. Second place, Class 19, Shaylin Zenger, Kansas, 144 pounds. Class 20, second place, Wesley Burgett, Wisconsin, 147 pounds. Second place, Class 21, Jed Sidwell, Colorado, 149 pounds. Second place, Class 22, Clay Girlhart, Kansas, 154 pounds. And second place, Class 23, Sydney Hocker, Colorado, 166 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your commercial breeding ewe champion lineup.
Got two high-quality females in this particular class, and it's a close placing, but I'm going to go with the one with the best foot shape, the one that I think has the most structural integrity as she's on the go. She also is a little more dimension down her top and out over her hip compared to the female in second, where I would change her up a little bit today. You might clean her up out of her brisket just a scotch, but that's probably why she's got all the internal dimension and the capacity that she's carrying from the shoulders back. But real nice female at the front there. Same holds true with female in second. I really like the way this one's made up to that shoulder and front 1/3. I like the way she carries herself down her spine. At times she wants to tuck her pin set just a little bit. Where I differentiate these heifers is I just like to see this one maybe a little nicer in that hoof shape, but one that still has plenty of structural integrity. You get down to the third place female, she's a little bigger in her frame score, but yet she's got plenty of internal dimension and rib shape. She'll be a low-cost cow when she gets to production level. Nice female from that standpoint. Female ends up the class. Lots of width and dimension, really stout hipped individual. Just gets a little coarse in her joint, needs a little bit lower undercarriage there to compete against the ones up in front of her in this class.
Our final class of Shorthorn Plus females, we're now selecting our champion Shorthorn Plus. Results of class 52, first place, entry 904, Reagan Jansen from Iowa, April yearling. Reagan also awarded a showmanship pin, will be back in the senior division. In second place, also receiving a showmanship pin, McKenna Sontag of Iowa, and junior division of showmanship in second place. In third place, Colton Nedelicki of Iowa, entry 2334. In fourth place, Karina Smedra of Nebraska, entry 1640. Back now competing for your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus honors. From Class 51, Abby Valish. Entry 936. Reagan Jansen. The black heifer making a spin right now, entry 904. Second place, heifer in the lineup, McKenna Sontag from Iowa, 1568.
Yeah, that's my champion commercial review. I think an absolute phenomenal set of sheep that was so good. And I realize we're going to get some champions here every top five in a minute, but this commercial deal has been out of this world good. And we've had a few classes where I thought there was 5 or 6 sheep that I'm certain guys are going to take home and flush them and do great things with them. So I don't make any of my decisions out here have any weight over the breeding decisions for sure. Breed the ones you like, folks, and that's what you need to do. But there's some out here in my mind at least that I think are some unique creatures to make better sheep with for years to come. And we're going to get 3 out here in just a minute. So I want to talk about just a few of them. I'm not going to waste a ton of time, but I do want to talk about a few of them that I find real special. Take out the last 2 girls, they were good. We get into the first class, the lambs there. And both of those were good, but the one that went that does so real good in terms of her build and kind. That's an awful unique one there. Is there enough of her to prove that she's ready to come out here and step the door every day? I don't know about that, but that's a really special sheep. We get to the second class of lambs, and that was a class that was 5 deep, and I'll remember that class for years to come from now. And I thought those 2 that won were real good, but I thought the one that won that class is pretty special in terms of her chest forward, build, and body, and base with it. Back shape's incredible. That's an awfully good sheep. The one that was reserved to her, our second to her was just wild hen and big hip. Really good body shape. That was just a nickel short body and a touch on the break in the top, but that's a special in there nonetheless. I like the class 3 sheep there, quite a bit. That one's good. Class 4 was one that I didn't find on my initial sort. Found it later. That's a good sheep like the other on there. Class 5 was good. A couple of them that are real nice there. Nothing wrong with them. We get to class 6, and I thought we get another pair of them that were awful special there. The one that wins that class, man, that thing puts a silhouette there you can die for. Shape and muscle and build and balance are really good. The one that was second to her, a lot like her in terms of her shape and her chest formulation to her front. Big hips. She's a little rough in her top line right now. And now it's good on her, comfortable on her leg is the one that beat her in class. But that's awful special. Whatever class right here with the young lady, I lose track again. This one won that class walking away. In my mind, this one balance is good. Underline's good. Stout up featured, big hip. Not the best handler out here. There's some on either side of it that probably out handler today in terms of back shape and width. But that one is a special creature for sure in this deal. The one that certainly being considered. When we get to the next class, and there was about 4 of them in that class, if I remember. And I thought that one that wins that class did so real nicely. This one's build and her kind is good. Her underline is perfect. The skeleton's extremely good. Is she a freak out muscle when we see in a couple of these? Probably not. But that one's got plenty of muscle and the build is incredible. The one that's second to her, just step back off of that one. And her body shape and chest and underline is incredible. That one has got a lot of good. Doesn't move just perfect today. You want to set it down just a little funky there. But that was still one of my favorites out here, undoubtedly. When we get to the last class, I thought they were good sheep as well. Take nothing away from them. So, you know which ones are my favorite. There's a couple of them out of the second class, the lambs there. And like I say, we come down here to whatever class it is here. And I got a couple of them in the class winners and pairs here that those things are incredible. So, good set of sheep out here. I commend all of you. Just, you will join me. Give these kids a big round of applause. I'm sure you're going to take it.
If you would at this time, let's give these young people a nice round of applause. I think we have 3 high-quality heifers out here in this part of the show, but with everything said, I'm going to go with the older heifer for champion. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Champion commercial breeding ewe came from class 16, Mackenzie Rule from Iowa. on a 129-pound entry.
We bring the young lady in for reserve here out of that class. And like I mentioned earlier, that's a real high-quality heifer. A couple things I'd change about her. I'd like to see her a little nicer in her hoof shape. Sometimes she wants to tuck her pins today, wanting to kind of drag that way. But with that said, I'm going to go with one that's really good at the ground and has a lot of integrity in terms of structure. This young lady will be your reserve.
Reserve champion, commercial breeding Dave Mortgate from Iowa, class 22 on a 157-pound lamb. Third place overall. We're going to do 5, I believe. 3, I'm sorry. Okay, third place overall. Kyle Schnoen on his second place lamb in class 16, weighing 125 pounds.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to Reagan Jansen from class 52 on that April yearling. Reserve champion from the May yearling class, Abby Valish. Abby also will receive the Showmanship pin and be back in the senior division at the conclusion of our show today for Showmanship. With that said, we're on to the first class of Simmentals. Simmental females, born March, April, and February, March, and April of 2020. First in, 2335, Colton Nedelicki from Iowa. Whitley Rutt from Nebraska has 3402 and 3403. Erica Swishow has 3199. Erica is from Nebraska. And Addie Garcia, Minnesota, entry 808.
Next up in the sheep show arena, we'll have the selection of the 2020 Brand Reserve Grand Champion overall breeding ewes. Coming in first is our champion Dorset from Ella Griner, Iowa, on a February born lamb. First place, Dorset Advantage, champion J.D. Moracle, Iowa, on a February entry. Champion Hampshire, Wyatt Nixon, Minnesota, on a yearling ewe. Champion Southdown, Becca Payne, Kansas, on a fall lamb. Champion Suffolk, Christian Wagner, Nebraska, January. Our Dorper champion, Jaden Belton, Iowa, also in January. Our champion commercial ewe, Mackenzie Rule, Iowa, 129 pounds. Now bringing in the reserve champions. The reserve champion Dorset, Isabel Lowry from Montana on a March entry. The Dorset Advantage reserve champion, Adriana Wedland from Minnesota on a March entry. Hampshire reserve champion, Braden Bowers, Wisconsin, January. Southdown reserve champion, Allison Rychek, Kansas, January. Suffolk reserve champion, Evan Rosichka, Nebraska, on a February entry. And reserve champion commercial, Dayton Mortley, Iowa, 157 pounds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your 2020 champion breeding ewe lineup.
nice future ahead of this one. She's going to win this class. One that's really neat in her design. She's good at the ground. Really stays very complete from end to end in this particular scenario. She did get nursed on and developed a little mastitis, but that'll go away with time, and she'll be really nice coming down the road here as her future goes on in the show ring. Get down to the second place female. She's got a little more performance, a little bigger in her scale. I like the lower third and the curvature of her underline. With that said, I'd like to change her out of her tailhead set and raise her up in her pin there just a little bit in comparison to the female that wins the class. Third place female, really nice design, a big top, big hipped individual. With that said, I'd like to see a little more dimension or internal dimension up through that forerib. I'd like to drop her down some in her flank. Big middled heifer coming next here in fourth. One that's going to make a nice cow when she goes into production. She just gets a little awkward out of that shoulder and then off that rear leg down to the ground. And then we end up the class with a real typey kind of heifer that I just think needs a little more bone, a little more lower third. She gets up in that tailhead distance coach. One that should come along, though, and make a pretty nice brood cow when it's all said and done.
While Greg's grabbing the mic, I'll give you the results here. Class 1, Simmental females, Erica Swishkow from Nebraska, 31.99 first. Colton Nedalicki from Iowa, second, 23.35. In third place, Whitley Rutt, 34.03. In fourth place, Addie Garcia, Minnesota, 8.08. And in fifth place, Whitney Rutt, 34.02. Greg Harder.
Well, this is Greg Harder, your Aksarben director, and I just want to say a special thank you to all you sheep exhibitors the last 2 days. It has been just a tremendous opportunity to watch you kids learn about this kind of livestock. A couple special thank yous. Mr. John Mary sat up here for 2 days and I think just did an outstanding job. I think this is 20 years and 21 years, 3 years of doing this. Special thank you again to Mr. Cody Birch and the sheep crew that checked y'all in. Got the painting assignments done, which was, as you know, very difficult and a very full barn. But Cody, thank you so much for everything for this show. And then finally to Mr. Brent, Mr. Noah. Brent, it has been truly a treat to be able to listen to your words, sort through these cattle or through these sheep, and work with the kids, and it's just been so special to have a couple of North Carolinians up here in Nebraska, and we certainly appreciate you. Lastly, on behalf of my staff again, sheep exhibitors, we can't do this. There's nothing for us to do if you don't come to the garden. And I just want you to know how much we appreciate you. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all very much. God bless, safe travels.
In this class of two, I think got a pretty easy class winner here, one that's very good in her look and high quality from end to end. She's got a bright future ahead of her. Gentleman's calf here in second, has a lot of natural turn to her top. She's big out over her hip. With that said, she just needs to be a little more agile from the ground up on all four corners. Two nice efforts.
To get ready to wrap this up, I want to say just a few things. I said I'm still up there and I don't want to get too long-winded now. First, I want to thank Greg for the opportunity to be here, and to Colby and Justin and all the ones working the ring the last 2 days. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be here with them. They run an awesome show and an event here, and first class. From a judge's perspective, Tyler always worked the best, and you all have good ring help that we've had the last 2 days. So my hat's off to them guys, and what they've done for sure is incredible here. As we think about the sheep out here in the ring and we look at the breeds, and I mentioned to one of the guys earlier, I said, man, it's been nice today, but like every breed has had sheep that I felt like were truly special. And it doesn't matter which one you like the best, but each breed had sheep that were just that good. They hit me hard today. They're sheep that I think can go on for many generations to do the awesome things for these breeders. So, guys, I don't want to get you all. It's been a pleasure, though. It's been fun having my buddy here going with me and had an opportunity to have him in the ring here. He's done an awesome job, I feel like, and we've been doing this for a long time. So, guys, I want to thank you all. I'm not going to talk about the sheep. I've done that several times. I got to tell everybody, there's no difference than if we left here right now. We went to the local store down here, and we asked all these kids to pick their favorite flavor ice cream. Everybody's going to have a different one. And I don't bother me one bit. I'm going to go home and sleep good tonight. I'll go home tomorrow. I'm going to sleep good tonight. So, but go home and know that I found what is suited me the best. And that's the only thing I can tell you that I do when I'm done judging. I'm not going to say I get them exactly right like everybody else would. But at the end of the day, I'm very comfortable with the ones that I picked and that I'm happy with. I think a phenomenal set of sheep out here. I commend all of you. Some special ones out here to go out and select your champion, your top 5. You will come and give these kids a big round of applause and show you my favorite.
In this class, got 2 really nice females at the top end. Female's going to head up the class is really big-time cow prospect, in my opinion. She's going to have a nice udder when she goes into production. Big, deep rib up front, comes on back into that flank. I really like that one from that standpoint. Female in second may have a little better profile in terms of balance and length of front. She comes down her spine nice and out over her hip. She just gives up in terms of undercarriage and lower third compared to the class winner. Another big volume heifer here next, one that's easy fleshing in her type and kind. She's going to work against her a little bit today. She needs to freshen up somewhat in terms of condition. It might free her up a little bit more in her movement. Same holds true with the female that's coming around the corner. She just needs to be a little longer in her stride, a little more fluid in her movement from a structure standpoint, but a nice set of 4 heifers to represent this class.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break in the sheep arena before showmanship starts. We're going to start with the senior showman, followed by the juniors. Once again, same pattern as yesterday. So reserve champion, as I announced, was Mackenzie Rule from Iowa, and her champion commercial was a 129-pound lamb. Third overall was Dayton Morphy from Iowa on his 157-pound lamb. Fourth overall, Sam Schnell in Iowa was the third commercial ewe at 125 pounds. And the fifth overall breeding ewe was our champion Southdown on the fall entry from Becca Payne from Kansas. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. We'll start senior showmanship in about 10 minutes.
On the Simmental side of the equation, class 54, the 2 classes ago, Trace Falkenstein from Kansas, first place, entry 664. Brenner Peterson from Iowa, 806, was in second place. Class 55, the class that just left just before this one, first place, Brooklyn Henniker from Minnesota, entry 80. Brooklyn also will be coming back in the showmanship division, awarded a showmanship pin. Jackie Slicker from Kansas was in second place, entry 84. Cecilia Newby from Kansas was in fourth place. And in third place, entry 1688, Sophie Korotowski from Nebraska. I said them right, just in the wrong order. I went down the list. I just kept going down the list.
Once again, we'd like to thank Sullivan Show Supply for providing gift cards to the top 5 breeding ewes. Sullivan Show Supply, champion reserve, third overall, fourth overall,
Yeah.
fifth overall. So thanks once again to Sullivan Supply.
Class 56, Simmental females in the ring, led by Amber Staub, 27-42. Amber's from Nebraska. Michaela Jones, entry 31-55. Tanner Hansen, entry 295. Brant Will of Iowa, entry 1426. Micaiah Smith, also of Iowa, entry 2645. March heifer in the lineup, Riley Thill of Iowa, entry 1115. Kylie Ayers, entry 106. Jackson Logan, entry 3330. Ella Miller, entry 2453. Dirac Klingman, entry 197. Jamie Gitling from Nebraska, entry 1839. McKenna Burmeister from Iowa, entry 1977. Bailey Peterson, entry 805. Bailey has the March 5th, 6th heifer in the class. The youngest one is April 23rd.
Real nice set of Simmental females out here in this lineup, and naturally in a class this size there's a lot of differences in type, there's a lot of difference in condition, and a lot of difference in frame score. I'm not here to tell you if they're too big or too small. I just know that the two up front here are the ideal size for what I'm looking for, and I really like the type and kind of the female that heads up the class. I think she's the biggest barreled female out here in the lineup. Really like the balance from the flank up to her forerib. She's a female that gets it done at the ground as well. Just a real nice brood cow prospect to start the class with. Get down to second place female. She follows her the most alike in kind. She's also big middled and shows a lot of capacity. She's not quite as ripped front. She's not quite as tight shouldered as the class winner today, but yet she's very functional from end to end, and I really like her quite a bit as well. Young man's female that comes in next in terms of type and kind is similar to first and second in this class. Just gives up a little bit in terms of swoop. That underline just needs a little more undercarriage there in comparison to the two in front of him. Fourth place female is one that I got to admire this one for the parts that she has. I think she's a tool in terms of a breeding piece. With that said, I'd like to shorten her up in her cannon bone. I'd like to see her a little smaller in her mature, where she's going with her mature frame score, but a nice female there. Fifth place female, another big brood cow here, one that could be a little more attractive out of that rear hock. She could be a little fresher condition. Next female in the lineup coming up is one that just gets up in her top, just the scotch when you get her on the move, gets a little straighter out of her shoulder. I'd like to change that about her. Young man that's coming around the corner here with the baldy. Nice presentation on this one. I appreciate that about her. With that said, she just gets a little short coupled and a little more roached up into that top line when you get her in motion. Same holds true with this female coming directly in front of me and all the way down the line. We just need to have them a little freer moving and have a little more structural integrity down towards the end of the class here to go up any higher today.
Results of Class 56 Simmental females, March and April yearlings. First place, 31.55, Michaela Jones. Michaela also been awarded a showmanship pin, will come back in the senior division. Second place, Micah Smith from Iowa, 26.45. Micaiah Smith from Iowa, 26.45. Also coming back in the senior showmanship division, Brant Will, entry 14.26 in third place. Brant's coming back in this junior showmanship division. In fourth place, McKenna Burmeister from Iowa, 1977 is the tag number. In fifth place, Ella Miller, entry 24.53. In sixth place, Riley Thill of Iowa, 11.15. In seventh place, Direct Klingman, entry 197. In eighth place, Jamie Gitling, entry 1839. In ninth place, Bailey Peterson, entry 805. In 10th place, Jackson Logan, entry 3330. In 11th place, Kylie Ayers, entry 106. In 12th place, Amber Staub from Nebraska, entry 2742. In 13th place, Tanner Hansen, entry 295. We have our final class of Simmental females in the ring at this time. Entry 1066 is the youngest heifer in this class, the youngest being February 22nd yearling, Landon Seek of Iowa, entry 1066. Jackie Johnson from Nebraska, 210 is Jackie's number. Roz Bolick of Nebraska, entry 1587. Bailey McKenna, entry 1502. Reagan Alps is in with entry 2511. And we have one lone January entry, Lucas Leapers of Missouri, entry 282.
Alrighty, now we're in the show right on the sheep side is our senior showmanship competition. These individuals were selected throughout the course of the day by our showmanship judge, Neil Hansen. He's observed them all day long and he's selecting them to come back by awarding them with a pin. So he'll review their showmanship skills a little further here today and sort this down to the top end of the senior showman. Once they're done here, we'll start off our junior showmanship competition.
A lot of quality represented in this class, but I will say at the ground we have room for improvement in this class. I struggled with some of it down on the end there, and there's a lot of quality, but we just got to get these moving a little more freely and a little better to ground. I think the red heifer does that in this particular environment. She's one that is big rib and cowy. She's got as much dimension down her top and holds that top as well as anything in the class. Just real complete kind of female to head up the class. The one that follows her the most alike in kind is the female that's here in second. I think a tremendous brood cow prospect. She gives up just a little bit of look compared to the red one, but a nice female from a structure standpoint as well. I really like this black baldy on the stance. I think this female is going to make a very low maintenance, low cost kind of female when she hits the green grass, and we'll do it in a low cost manner. But with that said, she gets a little tight out of her shoulder, gets a little more restricted off her end, and then that brings her up in her top just a touch. Same holds true with the black female right here in front of me. I love this one on the stance. I like her balance. I like her volume. I like the cow look that she has. With that said, you get her in motion. She wants to roach up in her top some. On the stance, this is one of the high-quality heifers of the class in terms of profile. She's built really nice from end to end. We get her in the move. She just needs more angulation out of her shoulder. She needs to take a longer, more fluid stride off her rear leg. Young ladies heifer here next. One of the stouter females in the class, but with that said, gets a little more prominent out of the jump muscle and out over that hip. Gets a little more restricted in her movement as well.
We're now ready for the champion Simmental selection, class 57. Just left the ring. Results there. First place, 282, Lucas Leifers of Missouri. In second place, Reagan Alfs of Nebraska, entry 2511. Third place, Jackie Johnson of Nebraska. Jackie also did receive a showmanship pin. She'll be back in the senior showmanship. In fourth place, 1587, Roz Bolick from Nebraska. In fifth place, Landon Seek of Iowa, 1066. And this is the final class of Simmental females. We're now rolling into our champion selection of Simmental females.
While our showmanship judge, Noah Henson, is evaluating this senior group
50.
to sort things down a little bit and select his top end showman, let's take a moment here to thank our crew that's worked here in the sheep show for the last several days, and some of them even spilled into the goat show from Friday. The sheep superintendent is Colby Birch, and Colby did a terrific job this year. Justin Nathan is the head ring steward out there. He's been assisted by Patty Wilson and Lauren Miller, and Lauren's been keeping records and statistics here, making sure everybody's doing things right. So thank you for Lauren and Patty Wilson's assistance. Back in the back, there's a young lady originally from Valparaiso, Nebraska, Ashley Benish. And she's been setting up those classes and getting them in here on time and really did a nice job of keeping things moving. She's been assisted by Jerry Hensler. So I'd like to take that moment here. Let's give everybody a nice hand. I know the crowd's thinned out, but that's a lot of really hard work and a lot of effort by people who really did an excellent job. And I knew I missed somebody, so I missed Hannah Robertson. Now, since I missed you, Hannah, on the first row, you have to stand up and wave. So everybody knows who you are. Come on, just let them know. Hannah's been helping in the ring too today, so nice hand for Hannah as well. My apologies for missing you.
On the Simmental side of the equation, we are selecting our grand champion Simmental with a plethora of Simmental females including Class 53's winner, Erica Siskow from Nebraska. 31.99 with that March calf. First place from Class 54, Trace Falkenstein from Kansas, entry 664. First place from Class 55, number 80, Brooklyn Henniker from Minnesota, a May yearling. First place in Class 56, Michaela Jones, entry 3155. And first place from Class 57, Lucas Leifers from Missouri, entry 282. Second place animals in the ring, Colton Nedalicki from Iowa, 2335. Brenner Peterson from Class 54, 806 is Brenner's number. From Class 55, Jackie Slider from Kansas. Jackie Schlechter from Kansas, entry 84. In second place from Class 56, Micaiah Smith from Iowa, 2645. In second place from Class 57, Reagan Alves from Nebraska, 2155 is what Reagan is wearing.
Once again, today is the Showmanship division. I think it's been just as good as yesterday. If you study the market animals, breeding ewes, and we got to see the kids yesterday and see them back out here today. Just kind of as you watch them the whole way through, we get to kind of just see how they truly are. Even more so on these breeding ewes. We get to kind of they showed yesterday and also showed today. Get to really see what they're made of. And these kids that just down all day long. If I was walking down the line there, just kind of studying them and saying, look, you guys are just cookie cutters from top to bottom here. From the front to the back, these kids are just phenomenal showing that you get them shown. Excellent. And I think that the quality is super deep. Sure, a lot of the kids that have the good ones, the lambs that made up the top end of the class are out here, but we got some kids that, maybe the lamb wasn't necessarily the best, but just stood out full of showmanship because it show the wheels off of them and stood out to me in that lineup, guys. And that's to be commended. I know that no doubt that y'all are some of the leaders in the nation as far as the showmanship competitions and the circuits and all that y'all are involved in. I know that you're winning them all the time. You're doing an absolutely tremendous job. It's been my pleasure to get to see y'all show today. I can promise you, just being extensionated and trying to help the folks. I've learned things watching y'all that we can take back. There's no doubt in my mind that I've seen some of the absolute best kids in the nation show lambs this weekend. And I've loved it. I thought it was tremendous. I think this group is good. I think that our champion that I want to go pick, I think that individual has just absolutely shown the wheels off and won all weekend long. I've been super impressed by them. And I want to just make mention of quickly my reserve champion I want to pick out. I have no idea who the kid is or maybe something of that nature, but I just want to say if they're not involved with helping somebody or part of a camp or something of that nature, you need to get tied in with this kid because they're going to be able to show you how to get one shown. And then after that, I think it's still super deep. Let's give our seniors one more big round of applause. I think they're going to do
What are they talking about putting that fan down?
If you would at this time, let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. Once we get the lineups back out here, the first and second, a lot of quality represented here in the Simmental lineup. Like I said earlier, we struggled a little bit along the way on from the ground up on some, or on a lot of them actually, but the ones we have out here in the lineup for the most part are pretty good at the ground, and I appreciate that about them. I think there's 3 heifers here in the lineup that we can discuss a little bit and all have a case to maybe be the winner today, and that would start here with the heifer in the 3rd class, the Baldy. That one there really intrigues me in terms of just being a cow on down the road. I really like the internal dimension that she represents. I like the freshness of that underline, and I like the teat size that I see and the udder quality that she's going to have when she goes into production. Really like that one from that standpoint. In a perfect world, if I was going to criticize her a little bit, you might give her just a little bigger foot. I don't know if it's an issue. She gets around decent on it, but that's what I would change mostly about her if you were going to do something different with that female. Then we get down to the female. It's in the next class here, the solid black one. I really like this heifer in a lot of ways. I like her frame score. I like her balance. I think she's very up-headed out of the top of that shoulder. I think she stays nice down her spine. The issue I have with this heifer out in the lineup, I'd like to freshen her up out of her chest cavity, and then when you get in behind that navel, I'd like to see her a lot fresher from that standpoint at this stage of her life. Then we get down to the red female at the end. She's pretty solid. She's good at the ground. She carries herself on a nice foot. She's not going to wow you anywhere, but there's not a whole lot wrong with this heifer. She's extremely good from her hooks to her pins and stays good down that top. She'll make a nice brood cow at the end of the day. With that said, let's congratulate the lady with the baldy for your champion semi today.
Results from senior sheep showman champion Rebecca Payne, reserve champion Clay Grillhart, third overall Jerson Topka, fourth Caitlin Anderson, and fifth Allison Sandy. Now in the show arena, the junior show.
Your champion, Simmental female, Brooklyn Henniger, coming from the May yearling class, lot number 80, Jackie Slider checking in for competition of reserve.
We're going to make this red heifer reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Lucas Leapers of Missouri from class 17 in January, yearling heifer, your reserve champion, Simmental. With that, we will move into our percentage Simmental females. Our first class of percentage Simmental is in the ring, class 57. Leading the way, entry 1838, Jamie Glittine from Nebraska, Gitlin. In middle lineup, 2322, Tony Dillabaugh from Iowa. 2300, Elsie Werner from Nebraska. We have 1 March and 2 April calves in this class of percentage Simmentals.
We once again like to thank the sheep show sponsor for the last 2 days. That's the Main-Anjou machine. They specialize in sheep and goat equipment, custom livestock equipment. They're from Burrisford, South Dakota. So we appreciate the sponsorship for the sheep show and Main-Anjou machine.
Nice trio of females here. The calf I'm going to start the class with is just very unique in terms of balance. Nice brood cow prospect there that has a lot of angulation up front, extended off the top of that shoulder, very maternal in her kind. That one, in my mind, has a bright future ahead of her. You get down to second place female, a little bigger in her frame score, shows a little more performance. She also has a lot of extension up to the front 1/3. If I could change her compared to the female in front of her today, I'd give her a little more forward rib, a little more shape to that underline. Then we end up the class with a high profiling kind of female. It's very long down her spine. She just needs a little more time, a little more condition to compete against some other heifers in front of her.
Results from Class 57, first place, 1838, Jamie Gitling from Nebraska. Second place, Elsie Werner from Nebraska with 2,300. Third place, Tony Dillabaugh from Iowa, 2322. Class 58, percentage Simmentals in the ring. Paisley White in the lead from Nebraska with 32.57. Elsie Warner is back, along with Hayden Warner, 23.01 and 23.33. Luke Katz is in. Luke is entry 2005. Cecilia Newby, entry 45. 2 Januaries, 3 Februaries in this class 58.
Real nice heifer to head up this class, one that's going to have a beautiful future ahead of her. Really like the angulation to her shoulder and length extension out through her front 1/3 and the way that crest sets down into the top of her shoulder. Stays true down her spine and good tail head set. That one just got a lot of unique parts for this stage of the game. You get down to second place female. She followed her the most alike in kind. She's a female that also has a lot of extension. She's just a scotch deeper throated, has a little more brisket compared to the female in front of her, but a high quality at the individual there in second. Third place female in the stance is one that really is attractive and one that has a lot of quality as well. You get her on the move. She's fighting the halter a little bit, makes her a little quicker in her step and gets up in her top just a scotch from that standpoint. Gentleman's calf coming around the corner there, one that's got a lot of length of cannon, length of side, just needs to have a little more undercarriage or lower third compared to some of the others. Then we end up the class with a heifer that has a lot of dimension down her top and out over her hip, just needs to be a little sounder on the ground to go any higher in the class.
Results from the Junior Sheep Showmanship. Champion Showman Brady Bowers, reserve champion Wyatt Nixon. Third place Morgan Van Schindel. Fourth place Harry Near. And fifth place Sawyer Moracle. That will conclude the 2020 Aksarben Youth Sheep Show. Take care and travel safe.
Results from Class 58. Oh, go ahead, Chan.
Thank you, Trent. I think you'd agree this one could handle some more competition out here. Really, really nice heifer to represent this class. Good at the ground and just balances out good and adequate in terms of the way she extends in her front end, but yet she's loose enough heighted to keep getting cow ear as she matures. Just a real solid heifer to represent this class.
We're ready for Class 60. We should have two head and percentage Simmental's Class 60. Here are the results from Class 58. Paisley White of Nebraska, February calf, was first, 32.57. In second, Luke Katz, a January calf, entry 2005. Luke also recognized with showmanship honors coming back in the junior division. In third place, Elsie Werner, entry 2301. In fourth place, Hayden Werner, entry 2333. In fifth place, Cecilia Newby of Nebraska, entry 45. In the ring now, we have our two lone entries in Class 60. Haley Halstead of Nebraska, entry 3103 is Haley spinning now. Jaylee. And Andrew Cohn, also of Nebraska, 2360.
In this particular scenario, I'm going to go with the sounder structured heifer to head up the class. Female's got nice rib shape, going to make a nice brood cow down the road. Just gets a little sounder at the ground compared to the female here in second. Female in second is one that you appreciate from the shoulders back in terms of dimension and width of hip. With that said, she just needs to be freed up and over her shoulder and back down into that pasture and on that rear leg.
Thank you. Good to see you. See you later. Brenner Sullivan, first place in Class 59, 3309 with that lone entry in the October yearling class. Class 60, Andrew Cohn of Nebraska, 2360 in first place. Jaylee Halstead of Nebraska, second, 3103. Now we've got a cattle class. Class 61, percentage Simmentals. Leading the brigade, Gracie Clausen from Nebraska, entry 2694. Brandon Whited of Iowa, second young man in the lineup at 190. Carly Henderson from Iowa, 193. Charlie Koratowski from Nebraska, 1691. Jamie Janke from Nebraska, 1243. Nicole Nichols from Chambers, 128. Lacey Schmidt from Nebraska, 2923, 2923. Riley Setlick from Nebraska, 1676. Brayston Hallwell from Nebraska, 1352. Garrett Clausen from Nebraska, 2696. Austin Foss of Iowa with the oldest heifer in his class, a March 4 yearling, 2681. For those of you sitting ringside without a program, we have 2 more classes of percentage Simmentals. We'll then move into our commercial females. We'll select our champions within each respective breed, which are 2 left. And then we'll have our Supreme Grand Drive, picking 5 overall. We're going to parade all those champions back in front of you here in a little bit.
couple really nice females at the top end of this class, and I think the one that's as good at the ground as anything in the lineup is the one I'm heading up the class with. She also keeps herself together nice in terms of a three-dimensional look. I like this one in terms of the curvature to her rib shape. She keeps plenty low in that midsection for as long-bodied as she is. Stays good at the shoulder and has a nice look from a profile. I think she's got a little more stifle and a little wider hock than the female that's in second. If I could change that about the second place female, I'd do so from that standpoint. Female in second is one that I like in terms of depth of flank and the way she comes up into that forerib. Just might want to give her a scotch more extension from the shoulder forward, but two really nice females at the top end of the class. Third place female is kind of the meat and potatoes heifer of the class. She's one that's not going to wow you anywhere, but there's not a whole lot wrong with her in my opinion. She'll go out and make a nice frame when she gets into production. She'll go out and do it with a low cost. Just a real solid kind of female there in third. Fourth place female, one of the bigger, stouter females of the class. She's a little overdone in terms of condition today, just like to freshen her up out of her brisket. The gentleman turning the corner down there has a nice looking heifer on the stance. Once we get her in motion, she wants to waddle on all fours, just like to sound her up at the ground. Same holds true with the baldy right behind there. Young lady's done a nice job in terms of presentation. Just need a little more angulation out of that shoulder, need a little more flex out of her rear leg. Next individual here, nice look, long body. She gets up in her top just a touch, a little tight in her loin. Then the gentleman right directly in front of me, he's got another soggy sided kind of a female. Just gets a little plainer in her look. And then the same holds true for the next three coming down the line. They just need freshened up in condition for this stage of the game to go any higher in this class.
Results of Class 61 that just left the ring. First place, Carly Henderson of Iowa. Entry 953. Carly also invited back in the senior showmanship competition. Second place, Austin Foss of Iowa. Entry 2681. Again, Austin invited back, earning the showmanship pin in today's competition. In third place, Lacey Schmidt of Nebraska, 29-23. In fourth place, Brayston Howell, 13-52. In fifth place, Braden Whited of Iowa, entry 190. Brandon will be back in the senior division of showmanship as well. Brandon Whited. In sixth place, Nicole Nichols, entry 128. In seventh place, Gracie Clausen of Nebraska, entry 2694. In eighth place, Garrett Clausen of Nebraska, entry 2696. In ninth place, Charlie Korotowski of Nebraska, entry 1691. Jamie Janke of Nebraska, entry 1243. And Riley Setlick, also of Nebraska, entry 1676. In the ring now, we have Class 62 percentage Simmentals. These are January, February yearlings. Olivia Beeson of Iowa, entry 329. Brock Henderson of Iowa, entry 952. Kobe Bruna of Colorado, 388. Corey Kirsten of Nebraska, 894. Jeremiah Lubin of Nebraska, 2189. Logan Schmidt of Nebraska, 2922. Bailey McKenna of Iowa, 1501. Braden Andrew of Iowa, 287. Natalie McKenna of Iowa, 1506. Avery Kraus of Nebraska, 415. Cody Metcalf of Iowa, 3018. Carly Raines of Nebraska, 3185.
really a deep class here from end to end, and I really like this female that's going to head up this class. I think she comes out here with nice presence. She's good in her foot shape. She's sound in her structure. She's got plenty of rib shape, and I like the way it comes out of the top of her spine. I like the way she holds her hips back there with her tail head set. Just a real nice cow prospect that really looks nice to me from a three-dimensional standpoint. You get down to the second place heifer, she's the most like her in kind out here in the lineup. A female that has a lot of extension. I like the way she goes down her spine and out over her hip. She as well has some structural integrity. If you're going to change her up a little bit, you might give her a little more center third or center mass compared to the class winner today, but a very good heifer there. Then we get down to another high quality heifer here in third, one that is a little bigger than maybe I'd like today. She's one that doesn't quite have the lower midsection and undercarriage as the two in front of her have today, but a real good looking one that gets along pretty good in terms of structure as well. Just a little bigger than I'd like in this particular class. Get down to the fourth place female, a female that's is a little overdone condition-wise, but yet she's a heifer that's got a lot of good parts, just like to freshen her up. Same holds true with the next female. This female in the stance is really balanced and has lots of rib shape. Just like to see her a little more fluid when you get her in motion. Big baldy heifer next is very long-sided, just needs to have a lot more lower third and capacity for me today. And then the young lady coming next on the lineup. Nice heifer on the stance. You get her in motion. She wants to get her feet up under, gets up in her top just as scotch as she goes. And then the same holds true as we move on down the line. Just like to see them a little more fluid in their stride, give them a little more structural integrity, move them up this lineup today.
Coming in the ring, class 63. Our last percentage Simmental class. Garrett Scholes first, 2709. These are October long yearlings. Logan Berman, 866. Results from class 62. First place, Brock Henderson of Iowa. Brock not only wins first place, he also gets the Showmanship honors. He'll be back in the Showmanship drive later. Kobe Bruna from Colorado's in second with 388. In third, Olivia Beeson of Iowa, 329. Fourth place goes to Bailey McKenna of Iowa, 1501. In fifth place, Cody Metcalf of Iowa, 3018. In sixth place, Carly Raines of Nebraska, 3185. In seventh place, Corey Kirsten of Nebraska, 894. In eighth place, Natalie McKenna of Iowa, 1506. In ninth place, Avery Krause of Friend, Nebraska, 415. Braden Andrew of Iowa is in 10th with 287. 11th, Logan Schmidt of Nebraska, 2922. Jeremiah Lubin of Nebraska, 2189. Chan Phillips.
Got two really nice females to represent this class. I'm going to go with a more moderate frame, bigger bellied female here. A female that's going to make a tremendous brood cow. She gets along a little better from feet and leg standpoint when we put her in motion. Female right behind her is one that represents a lot of scale and a lot of performance. She also has a lot of mid-mass as well. get her in motion, just like see her with a little more freedom out of that shoulder, and like see her move with a little more ease out of that rear leg when she gets on the go. But two nice cow prospects there to represent that class.
First place, 2709, Garrett Scholes of Nebraska. And 866, Logan Berman in second place. Both of those will be back in selection for our percentage Simmental champion female. Selecting our grand champion percentage Simmental, leading the pack is our April calf, Jamie Gitling from Nebraska, winning class 57, entry 1838. Paisley White, a February calf. Paisley is 3257. Young man in the lineup, Brenner Sullivan from Iowa. That's an October calf, 3319. Andrew Cohn is the first place winner from class 60, the May yearling class. 2360 is his number. Carly Henderson from Iowa, the April yearling, entry 953. Brock Henderson, entry 952. He's also from Iowa. He's got a February yearling. And the old-timer class, class 63, 2709, Garrett Scholes of Nebraska. We've got our second place animals in the ring as well. Elsie Warner from Nebraska, second place on 2300 with the March calf. Luke Katz is a January calf, 2005, who won class 58. Second place in class 60, Jaylee Halstead of Nebraska, 3103. Jaylee has a June calf. Second place, Austin Foss from Iowa, 2681 with the March yearling. Colby Bruna from Colorado, second place from class 62, 388 is the entry number. And second place from class 63, Logan Berman of Nebraska. Logan's heifer will be 2 years old next week. We'll celebrate a birthday. Mike Pallas is just barely over 2 years old. And he's celebrating a birthday next week too. 44, okay. I can't believe you were born in 44. You look pretty young for being born in 1944. Speaking of birthdays, I understand we've got a 17-year-old birthday in the house today. Bailey Paxter. Bailey Paxter of Nebraska, happy 17th birthday. Get that, Kathy? Bailey Paxter, 17 today. True story. Yeah. Greg sent me a text. Wish Bailey Paxter a happy 17th birthday. If we had birthday cake.
No, not now. I'll start singing it now. Oh, she's in there. Who's it? Who is it? What?
She's not in the room. I don't know who it is. We haven't had a Bailey Paxter all day. I don't know. That's what I was listening to. Paxter. Paxter. No, that's not what he said. He said Paxter. Greg wouldn't misspell. I mean, you can read it just like me. Want my glasses?
At this time, if you would, let's give these young people a nice round of applause. A lot of future up here in these first two classes, and then we get to the third class, single entry there that gets back out here in the lineup and is definitely in the conversation. This female really intrigues me in terms of her size of foot and her foot shape and her structural integrity. She puts it together down her top with a lot of dimension. She stays good out over her hip. She's deep in her twists, and she carries that rear flank all the way up into that chest cavity really well. I think this one's got a really big-time future ahead of her. Just a high-quality animal there in the third class. And then we move on down the lineup here, and in this fifth class here, the young lady's got a very nicely shown and presented heifer here, and she's a pleasure to look at out here in the lineup. I really like this one in a lot of ways too, and you get to this point, you got to pick them apart a little bit, and I hate to, but I'd like to see her just reach out a little more off that rear leg when she's on the go. It doesn't bother me up front that she's a little deeper throated, but she is. But that's a very, very nice heifer there in that class. And then we go one class behind her, a heifer that got around 3 or 4 really good ones below her. And this one here hit me pretty hard as well when she came in. Really nice the way she comes out of the top of that shoulder. She's designed a lot like the calf down there out of the third class, in my opinion. Just good cattle from the ground up. Let's give them another round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to Brock Henderson from Iowa. Brock, your grand champion. Simmental percentage. Colby Bruna from Colorado dropping in your second place on class 62. Brenner Sullivan from class 59, 33-19, that October yearling, your reserve champion, Percentage Simmental. That concludes our Percentage Simmental show. We've got the commercial females left and the selection of the grand. I gotta grab, you want water? Anybody want water? Class 64, commercial females in the ring. Colby Bruna is back. This time he's got a March 13th calf, entry 389. Trevin Setlick is in. Trevin has 1289. Next to Riley Setlick, 1677. And Colby's doing double duty in this class. He's on both ends of the spectrum. He's got the oldest and the youngest class. 1218. Talking about the kids or the calves? He's gonna go first.
Got a nice functional heifer to start this class off with. She excels out here in terms of extension, very up-headed out of the point of that shoulder forward, and has a nice look. She'll have a nice future ahead of her going on down the road. Then we get down to one the most like her in kind here in second. She gives up a little bit of length of sight compared to your class winner. Nice looking white heifer here for the young man. Just like to see this one with a little more swoop to its underline at this stage of the game. Then we finish up the class with a nice heifer that just needs a little more time, a little more style to go up into this class any higher.
First place, Trevin Setlick from Nebraska, 1289. Second place, Riley Setlick, 1677. Colby Bruna from Colorado is third and fourth in that class. Continuing with the Setlick family reunion, Bailey Setlick coming in, 1675. Single entry in this class.
Got a single entry here, one that sure has some nice parts. This calf's got a lot of extensions, very long from muzzle to pole. Got some dimension down its top. Just needs a little more time, maybe a little more condition, but a nice representative for the single entry class.
Bailey Setlick, first place, 1675 on that February calf. Jacob O'Day coming in now with 3541. December 28th calf.
Another nice single entry here, one that has a lot of angulation to the shoulder, plenty of extension up front. Really like the rib shape this one carries. I like the way she is down her spine, out over her tail head set. She gets a little prominent at the ball of the hock, like change that about her, but another nice single entry.
Jacob O'Day, first place, 3541. Got a May yearling, Blake Mueller. Blake's entry is 222.
Single entry here has got a nice look up front. Comes up high out of the top of that shoulder. One that's got some dimension down the top and out over the hip. She carries a lot of mass down low into her stifle. With that said, protrudes a little shoulder to go with that. Maybe gets a little tight on the move there, but a real nice, massive kind of female for this single entry class.
Blake Mueller in first place with entry 222. Chan Phillips's free ride is over. We've got a nice class here. In fact, we've got the biggest class of the day, 15 head coming in. Did you again? How come 15 again? I think they're indicating they want to show this class out on the street. Chan, would you mind just heading out there and placing them? Dewey, did you inform them we want to have the show on the inside of the building instead of the outside? Now the parade is coming. It's like the 4th of July. We can celebrate our independence. And it looks like we've got a late entry, so we'll have 16 now instead of 17. Yeah, instead of 15. I'm checking to see if you're still paying attention, Mike. All right, here we are. Bryn Space, entry 772 from Nebraska. That's a May, no, that's an April 20. Allison Walbrack from Nebraska, entry 3538. Tyler Thomas, entry 603 from Colorado. Cotton Becker from Iowa, entry 1377. Colton Knopp from Iowa, entry 1132. Hallie Joe Evans from Iowa, 1092, right in front of us now. Landon Hassenkamp from Nebraska, 2078 pulling in. Wyatt Nelson from Iowa, 568. Kelly Marshik from Iowa, 1992. Sophie Dorsey from Iowa, 2069. Madeline Black from Iowa, 3409. Jeremiah Lubin from Nebraska. He's already in there, 2190. This young lady's Brianna Ahrens from Nebraska, 2108. Gracie Karst from Kansas, 110. Craig Allen from Iowa, 1380. And the one we were looking for, Olivia Cheers from Iowa, 101. The oldest heifer is March the 1st, the youngest is April 20th. I already announced him, he's up here by Cotton Becker. He can be Colton Knopp, just came in. Yeah, by Cotton.
two really high quality females to come out of one of the larger classes of the day here. But the female that's going to head up the class is one that I appreciate in terms of her foot shape and the size of her foot. And I think she excels over the female in second in a couple of different ways here. The way I see it, she's got just a scotch more forerib in her. She comes down that spine. She stays a little nicer off that grow bone, and her tail head set there. Just really sound moving kind of female, as you can see there. Apparently she likes to walk in a circle, right? But no, that's a really high quality female, and she's comes to the top for me today over a really nice one that's here in second. This female in second really has a nice poise about her. I appreciate the way she comes out of that shoulder forward there in her front 1/3. I like her down her top. I would like to tone her down just a scotch at her tail head. I think she's adequate in terms of curvature to rib. She does get a little tight right in behind her shoulder compared to the class winner today. Female in third is another high quality female from the side. I like this one a lot in terms of brood cow. She too lays nice down her top and into her tail head there. Where I would change this one up compared to the ones in front of her, she wants to get a little round in her hoof shape, gets a little narrow tracking when she goes away from you. That's where I'd change hers at the ground. Female a lot like hers next in the lineup here in fourth. She might be a little overdone with condition and maybe a little overdone in terms of belly work here, out of the chute. But that one's got a lot of angulation to her shoulder. She's got plenty of dimension all the way through in terms of capacity. She gets along fairly good on the ground. Just like to see her a little smoother from end to end. Not so go in behind her shoulder there a little tighter than maybe what she needs to. Black female here on the stance, really like. Get her in motion, just like to see her a little freer strided. Young lady's female here next is alongside it, nicely presented female. Once again, we get her on the move. She misses her track just a few inches there. She goes. Nice lighter colored female here, one that from shoulders back, you can't make them much better. She lays good at that spine. She's good at her tail head set and her hip. Very attractive from that area. Just needs to be a little more extended out of that front 1/3 for me today. Then we get down to the blue roan female. Has as much product as anything in the class in terms of width and dimension and mass. Just like to see this one a little more agile to ground to go any higher. Spotted female coming next. Big bone, big stout individual. Gets a little prominent at the hock, like to see her a little more attractive off her rear leg. Then we got the gray female coming next. One that's going to be very easy keeping when she gets into production. With that said, just like to freshen her up out of her brisket. Like to see her a little more agile off that rear leg when she's on the go. Black female here next. The same holds true. Just needs to get out and stride a little nicer on the move. Then we get a little plainer type here, but one that'll make a cow. She gets a little rounder in her type and kind. White female next, big top, big hip, just a little quick in her growth curve. And then we get some structure issues down the end of the class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. That was a really nice class of cattle.
That really nice class of cattle, 68, was led by 772 Bryn Space from Nebraska with an April 20th. In second place, Gracie Karst from Kansas, entry 110. In third place, Allison Walbreck of Nebraska, entry 3538. The heifer that did not like Chan Phillips talking about the shape of her belly was Olivia Cheers' heifer, 101 in fourth place. In fifth place, Colton Knopp of Iowa, 1132. Colton also recognized for showmanship honors, will be coming back in the senior division. In sixth place, Brennan Ayers of Nebraska, entry 2108. In seventh place, Hallie Joe Evans of Iowa, entry 1092, 1092. In eighth place, Cotton Becker of Iowa, 1377. Cotton also recognized for showmanship honors, be back in the junior division. In 9th place, Wyatt Nelson of Iowa, entry 568. In 10th place, Kelly Marshick of Iowa, entry 1992. 11th place, Craig Allen of Iowa, entry 1380. In 12th place, Sophie Dorsey of Iowa, entry 2069. In 13th place, Tyler Thomas of Colorado, entry 603. In 14th place, Landon Hassenkamp of Nebraska, entry 2078. In 15th, Madeline Black of Iowa, 3409. In 16th, 2190, Jeremiah Lubin of Nebraska. That completes Class 68, Class 69 in the ring. Our last class of commercial females. Leading the pack, Bailey Setlick of Nebraska, 1674. Second in the lineup, Caleb Hassenkamp of Nebraska, 2104. Carly Rains, 3184. Evan Frieseth of Iowa, 697. And Elliston Morey of Missouri, number 60.
Really a high quality female that heads up this class, one that I appreciate from a standpoint of being very maternal. You get her out here in the lineup and she's got a beautiful profile and she's very fresh in her appearance. Tremendous lower third in this one, lots of depth of flank and chest, and one that has a lot of structural integrity as well. Just a real nice one to represent the top end of this class. Then we get down to a little different kind here in second, but the female that's got a lot of good to her in terms of substance of bone and power, tremendous amount of dimension down her top and out over her hip, but yet she stays maternal with it, and yet she can get out and go as well. Just a real stout kind of female there in second. Third place female is the one on the stance, represents things pretty nice in terms of balance. She's getting a little overdone out of the brisket and through the underline, just like to freshen her up just a little bit. Baldy heifer next, real maternal kind, going to make a nice brood cow with nice curvature to her rib shape. She needs to free up on each end in terms of structure. Then we follow up the class with the spotted female, one that has some dimension all the way through, just needs to get out and reach and stride a little better, and she's on the go. But a nice set of heifers once again in that particular class.
First place, 697, Evan Frieseth of Iowa, January yearling. Second place, number 60, Ellison Morey of Missouri. In third place, Caleb Hassenkamp of Nebraska, 2104. In fourth place, Carly Rains, 3184. Carly Rains, also recognized for showmanship honors, will be back in the senior division. Bailey Setlick in fifth place, entry 1674, also recognized for showmanship honors. Heifer in second place, led by Ellison Morey of Missouri. Ellison Morey will be back in the junior division of showmanship. We now have our commercial class winners ready to come in, competing for the commercial grand champion female. Leading the pack, Trevin Setlick, entry 1289. Followed by Bailey Setlick, entry 1675. Jacob O'Day, 3541. Blake Mueller, 222. Bryn Space is in with 772. And from the last class, Evan Frieseth from Iowa, 697. The 3 second place animals on the west end of the ring come to us from Riley Setlick, the calf class, 1677. Second place from class 68, 110, Gracie Karst, a March yearling. And second place from our last class, Ellison Morey of Missouri, lot number 60. I see Heidi Anderson's not busy, so if you need to capture your photo with Legacy Livestock, Heidi's not doing anything, so make your way down to the backdrop. Capture your memories so that you can live them forever, daily. Check out the hot shots from the young ladies in the ring. They do a lot better job than Zach. Make sure you get one of their pictures. You'll tell him, right?
At this time, if you would join me and let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. When we started this part of the show, I told Morgan, I said, you know, it's going to be touch and go on the first class or two, and then I said, we'll see some things that'll wow us before it's over, and I don't know why that is, the nature of a commercial part of the show, but that's usually what happens, and sure enough, Morgan, I was right again, haha. But anyway, we've got a lot of quality at the end of this lineup, and I think it's, you get to this part, you know, I was thinking, you know, you got to kind of compare apples to oranges in this type of environment, and what I try to do is I try to compare the apple to the apple and the orange to the orange, so to speak. But I think that we have two heifers at the end of the lineup that both have a lot of quality in them. I think we've got a second place female over here that's got a great deal of quality as well. And I'm just trying to compare them for what they are. I think the female that's in the next to last class here, for what she is a very unique piece in terms of just being very functional at the ground. I think for as much mass as she carries, she stays so good down her spine. She keeps plenty of angulation and a tight shoulder in her with a nice up-headed look. I just think the world of the way she's fit together, her tail head set as well. Then you get behind her with another heifer that boy, I'd love to have a potload of those things in my cow herd. I mean, that thing is just tremendous in terms of maternal from the side, and really like the balance and the way she comes down her spine and out over her top as well. You get behind her out here and compared to the heifer in front of her, she may get a little more disappointing in terms of bone work and having enough lower quarter there, but that's a real high quality female there in my mind. With that said, I'm going to go with the stouter female. Let's congratulate this young lady right here.
Congratulations to Bryn Space of Nebraska 772. April Yearling, your champion commercial female.
So in this situation, I used the apple, so I'm going to follow with another apple. Congratulations.
Gracie Karst from Kansas. Entry 110, your reserve champion commercial female. All right, with that said, we are going to gather up each of our breed champions, select our supreme grand champion, and top 5 females in the 2020 Aksarben Stock Show beef breeding animal, which, by the way, is made possible by Novatech, Polzine Cattle and Embryo Center. So thanks to both Novatech and Polzine Cattle. As we identify and recognize, introduce these champions within their respective divisions, there's no reason for you to sit there like a quiet church mouse, because I can see Marty Stewart's been out recruiting more people, and so I expect something louder than that Northeast Nebraska bunch that's rooting for an Iowa calf, which makes no sense whatsoever, other than we could just become you part of Iowa. Yeah, I do. Or I can just use my paper. We're ready. All right, we are going to parade the reserve champions, and then we're going to store them outside for easy access. Yeah, we're going to parade the reserves. The reserves will go outside, cool off, and then we will select the top 5. With that said, the reserve champion, Angus from the state of Iowa, Hunter Anderson, 1172. I like your recognition. From Nebraska, Sage Krebs has your reserve champion, Charolais, 3359. The Charolais composite is from the state of Iowa, reserve champion, Belle Nedelicki, 2304. We got a show me calf coming next, Mallory Yoakley, the reserve champion, Kiana, 929. We got a Nebraska calf from Guide Rock's finest, Keisha Alber, 3092, your reserve Gelvy. Graydon Forbes, reserve champion, Horned Hereford from Nebraska, entry 159 with a spot on its head. The reserve champion, Polled Hereford, Carly Coulterman from Nebraska, entry 2582. Carly, big smile to go with the pretty red hair. Trace Falkenstein from Kansas, your reserve champion, Limousin. Reserve champion, Main-Anjou from the great livestock state of Nebraska, Jackson Snell, 3349. From the wonderful state of North Dakota, Lindsay Schmidt, reserve champion, Maintainer, 2541. Don't be fooled by that 1845 on her back. Your reserve champion, Red Angus from Kansas, Allison Reitcheck, 1625. The reserve champion, Simmental, the red heifer right in front of us, the young man, Lucas Leifers from Missouri, 282. The reserve champion, Percentage Simmental, Brenner Sullivan of Iowa, 3319. Young man with the black heifer in the back. And completing our parade, Gracie Karst from Nebraska, Kansas. Why does this say Nebraska, Kathy? Congratulations, Gracie, 110. Okay, we are gonna stash. We've just about got those stashed. We're ready to bring your champions. Here comes the real Lindsay Schmidt. Not the imposter that we had in here a moment ago. The champion Angus female from North Dakota, Lindsay Schmidt, 2542. From a powerful Charolais show and the state of Nebraska, Catherine Utek, your grand champion Charolais female, 3450. TJ Mueller, entry 220, your champion Charolais composite. TJ also comes to you from Nebraska. Bryn Youngie from Iowa, your champion, Kiana, 1538. Winning the short trip award, Jaylee Pope. She probably walked her heifer to the fairgrounds. From Gibbon, Nebraska, champion Gelby, 2098, Jaylee Pope. Closely followed by the champion Horned Hereford, making the curve now, Mabry McGunigal, 2234 from Minnesota. Kai Thompson from South Dakota with your grand champion Polled Hereford, 173. From the state of Nebraska, grand champion Limousin, McKenna Richardson, 171. Again from Missouri, your grand champion Main-Anjou, Lucas Liefers, 283. Your grand champion maintainer, Jenna Belt from Iowa, 2023. I warned you. Your grand champion, Red Angus, Brogan Benish, 3135 from Nebraska. That's better. So we don't have a Caitlin Bruce. How you doing, Caitlin? You want to smile? You're in the champion drive. You know that, right? All right. From Nebraska, your champion Shorthorn, Caitlin Bruce. The Shorthorn Plus right behind her, Reagan Jansen from Iowa. Turns out Reagan's not smiling either. Your grand champion Simmental, Brooklyn Henniker from Minnesota. That's better. Your grand champion percentage Simmental, Brock Henderson from Iowa. And the final Nebraskan in the lineup, your grand champion commercial female, Brent Space, grand champion 772. With that, the director for the final time of Aksarben 2020, final time you're going to get a microphone from me, Greg Harder.
Well, thank you everybody for being here today. I've tried to address all the champion drives, and the main purpose is to just thank you for attending the 2020 Aksarben Stock Show. I haven't said anything about what we've dealt with in the last 6 months, as you all know too much about those things. But I think to maybe reiterate what our sheep judge Brent Jennings said yesterday, after this weekend, it seems like it's the first time we had some normalcy in about 6 months. So thank you for coming and be part of normal. Let's give yourselves all a nice round of applause. Couple very important thank yous, and I'll have a closing comment, but thank you, Mr. Trent. He's been my beef announcer the last 3 years since we came to town. Thank you, Perry Schultz, Tony Long. Too many names to remember. I'll forget somebody. I will remember Sergeant Mike, though. Sergeant Mike, thank you for being here. But what a tremendous job that this beef crew has done. Please share your appreciation. Thank this beef committee for the nice round of applause. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Chan, can't tell you how much I thoroughly enjoyed your comments over the past 3 days. In particular, today, I know breeding cattle are right in your wheelhouse, and you certainly didn't disappoint, as my heart just gets real happy when I see these 16 breed champions out here. More excited seeing those 16 kiddos with a chance to be your supreme champion at the 2020 Aksarben Stock Show. That being said, we can't have a stock show without all of you. And so truly, from the bottom of my heart, I just appreciate you all so much. Thank you for making the drive to Grand Island. We hope your stay was enjoyable. Have safe travels. God bless, and hope to see you all next year. Thank you all.
do once again want to say thank you to the title sponsors of the Breeding Beef Show, Novatech, Polzine Cattle, and Embryo Center. Polzines are in Minnesota. Also, Sullivan Supplies are giving gift cards to the top 5 individuals. We're going to name 5, not we. Chan and Morgan are going to name 5, and each of them will be recognized with a Sullivan gift card. One more time, the ring help that makes it possible. Sergeant Mike just got his recognition. Born in 1944, doing a fabulous job out there. Russell Raber. Where'd Russell go? Down on the end. All right, Tyler Perrin. Thank you, Tyler. Making sure everybody gets their due wares. Becca Bankston on this end with Stephanie Mayer. And I could not keep track and do a good job of getting you the correct information if it were not for this lady to my right, Kathy Long. Thank you very much. And for the final time that I'm going to be able to do this, of course, you're listening to a guy who's the father of 3 daughters, so it's kind of passionate for me to be able to think about a father-daughter team coming to a major event with 14 states represented, and people have spent so much time together and have the ability to have Chan Phillips with all of the impetus that he has put into breeding better cattle since he was a little kid, and now he's got the next generation at his side working through it not only here but in the showmanship. Let's give one more recognition, Aksarben and Nebraska style, Chan Phillips and his daughter Morgan, for making the trip up here from Oklahoma to work through these cattle for the last 3 days.
I don't know about you guys around the ring, but this kind of gives me cold chills. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Excellent set out here. You get to this point, you start picking these top 5s. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong. A lot of it's about timing and first impression and last impression. But before I do so, I want to thank Greg and everybody here at Aksarben for giving me this opportunity. I've got my grandson here. And if Morgan does her job, he's going to be out here one day. So I'm putting the pressure on her, but I was going to make a speech, but I'm going to let it go. I'm going to go get your champion.
Chan, are you going to do from 5 to 1 or 1 to 5? We'd kind of like to know that. Huh? 1 to 5. All right, we do want to know that. I somehow think that's the crowd's favorite as well. Your grand champion is the champion maintainer from the state of Iowa, Jenna Belt. Congratulations, you're supreme champion. We now need to bring Lindsay Schmitz, reserve champion, 2541. Lindsay Schmidt gets it, but not with her maintainer, the champion Angus, the reserve supreme champion. 25-42. Hunter Anderson, we need you in the ring. Hunter Anderson with your reserve champion Angus. McKenna Richardson, your champion Limousin, third place. Trace Volkenstein, we need a reserve champion Limousin, now selecting for fourth overall place. Kiana, Bryn Youngie, fourth overall from the state of Iowa, 1538. Mallory Yoakley, we need your reserve champion, Kiana. And then there was one. This is Angus. Johnny Johnson, we might need you to catch one more calf before you go home. And he just got 5th overall, the polled Hereford. That's probably going to be your favorite bruise in the history of your life right there, Kai. Kai Thompson from South Dakota. Congratulations, young man. And thanks to all the exhibitors for such an enjoyable day. Thanks for being punctual. It just makes it an entire pleasure. Junior Showmanship up next. All right, we have 20 individuals competing in junior showmanship, and this is quite an honor because they were recognized and earned the right to be in this class. And they would include Madison McCullough, Keegan Mather, Brooke Polzine, Hayden Schroeder, Bryn Youngie, Journey Reeson, Keisha Alber, Kira Bremer, Kai Thompson, Carly Coulterman, Jackson Snell, Lucas Leifers, Cal Pryor, Lily Pearson, Caitlin Bruce, McKenna Sontag, Brent Will, Luke Katz, Cotton Becker, Ellison Morey. One big round of applause for all 20 of those juniors selected to come back and compete.
In this junior division, we're going to keep the animals and exhibitors that are facing the flag, we're going to keep them here in the ring. These on this side of the rail are going to be excused, but give all these kids a nice round of applause. They've all done a fantastic job all weekend. I'm going to work this group in here just a little bit more. We don't have to do a whole lot of work with them. I will say one nice part about these buttons is that I've gotten to be out here all weekend and I've gotten to watch them in numerous different classes. Some of them only showed once, some of them showed a few different times. But, you know, they've been able to prove themselves quite a bit. So we'll just work them real quick and we'll get you a top 3. Again, give them all a really nice round of applause. They're doing a great job. The quality here is phenomenal, and I expected nothing less. So once again, give them a nice round of applause.
She actually handled that pretty well. And I think they're going to all parade right in front. 1377. Yep. That's Lucas Leakers. 1538. Is that that one? It was really flat there. Have you got that? Yeah. I think you're pretty handy. I've acquired a new cell phone. It's an iPhone. It's got a green trim. It's got an SC online sales card holder on the back. If you'd like to take it home, I don't really want it. Let me know.
There's 3 kids out here that really hit me pretty hard, and they have, like I said, all weekend. They've shown in numerous classes, and, you know, whether they're 3rd or 4th in the class or coming out on top, they came with the same intensity and the drive and the want every time they came out, and that's a big part of showmanship. Whether you have the best heifer you've ever shown or one that, you know, maybe isn't going to be at the top of the class, you have to try your hardest to present her the way that you can, or, you know, the best of your ability. And a couple of those have done that. There's, like I said, there's just a few that have really hit me pretty hard. And we'll go ahead and start with 3rd and work our way to 1st. But give these kids a huge round of applause.
Jackson Snell, third place. Bryn, right? Bryn? Oh. Oh, McKenna. McKenna Sontag. Second place. Bryn Youngie, first place. Your call.
as we get into our first heat of the senior division. We're going to keep these over here. They'll be excused, but they'll be coming back for our senior finals. These guys over here, they're going to be dismissed. Give them all a nice round of applause. In this second heat, we'll do the exact same thing. We're going to go ahead and keep these that are lined up towards the flag, and those along the rail can be excused. Give these guys a nice round of applause.
So I have a fairly credible list of the 14 that are competing here in the finals. Lexi Knapp, Tyler Murray, Michaela Hawk, Mallory Yoakley, Courtney Bachman, Jenna Belt, Jackie Slater, McKenna Richardson, Brooklyn Henniker, Michaela Jones, Carly Rains, Brock Henderson, Austin Foss, Carly Henderson, competing for your senior showmanship.
Let's give this group of senior showmen a nice round of applause. Like I said earlier, the nice about the button system is that I've been out here watching these guys all day. I don't have to work them too hard when we get out here in the finals, just because they've pretty much proved themselves to me all day long. And so there's a few of them out here that are really cool, calm, collected, always have their animals set. They leave adequate spacing. Even when I'm at the other end of the ring, they know exactly where I'm at. They know exactly what's going on. Keeping an eye on their animal. There's nothing that I love more than showing cattle. And showmanship is a big part of that. And I'm proud of all of you for continuing to work through COVID. Because who knew that we were going to be here? But these cattle have obviously been worked with. These kids haven't given up. And I'm so proud to be a part of this industry because we're raising good kids. And mine's right over there. And like my dad said, hopefully he's out here at some point, but that doesn't matter today because these kids have worked their tails off this weekend. It's been a great show. Thank you to the Aksarben crew, staff. We didn't have to wait on cattle at all. They made sure we had everything we needed. It's been a great weekend, and I got to do it with my dad, so that's even better. But give these kids a round of applause. I'll get you top 3 showmen.
Third place is Michaela Hawk. Second place, Jenna Belt. And first place, 172. Hang on. McKenna Richardson. McKenna Richardson, your champion showman. Thanks one and all.